there was a discussion regarding the insurance guaranteed maximum rate, in parenthesis, GMR. Line 54 will end. Insurance companies tell them we're going to strike the remainder of 54 and all of line 55. Line 83, we're going to strike the entire line. Line 93 will read, requiring paraprofessionals, including disruptive students. Line 94 will read, so that some of the paraprofessional positions could be removed. Line 97 will end with our IEP driven, period. We're going to strike the remainder of 97, all of line 98, all of line 99. Line 101 is going to read, Mr. Tweed asked for the law or statute. Line 103, the end will read, be educated in the least restrictive. Line 118 will read, Mr. Mike Kelly stated his concern with how the school. Line 119, the end of the first line will be changed to read, and having the white room / space, he also expressed. Line 150 will read, Mr. Bakavich suggested reducing the school board and moderator stipends. Line 168 will read, Mr. Robert Kelly. Motion was made to accept the minutes by John Decker, seconded by Brent Tweed. Again, they were passed 9-1-1.
So I think maybe just a brief summary. There was some concern with some members that the minutes should try to attempt to be neutral and not partisan. So we did have a long discussion about that. So I think that's probably a fair summary.
Yep.
I don't know that we need to go into it any more than that.
Do we want to start over with the 9 ones?
Well,
we can
we'll do the
read them.
review.
Continue reviewing.
And then
it'll read.
we'll do the whole recap.
Tim,
Well, I think you
is
got everything
Steve's
up
last
to-
name Welch?
Yes.
With a C?
Yeah.
Okay, so, sorry, the Steve Welch on line 4 would be WELCH,
So that should be corrected.
and corrected throughout, because I saw at least one other space where it was Mr. Welsh instead of
Yeah, I saw
Welch.
that.
Line 24, it says us, so. Corrected throughout if we find them.
And line 2, I'm not here, I'm not present. Line 6 is correct, I was absent.
that was correct. We'll fix this.
We were up to, where were we?
I got one for 208.
We
We were up to 150s we had done.
All right.
Oh, the word.
So, yeah, we were at 150s.
Yeah, 160, Jill Eldridge, we corrected the spelling on Eldridge.
Okay, yeah.
69.
What did you have? Tom?
What?
Anything
Said you
after
had 208 or
169?
something?
208, I have it says questioned the estimated increase, and I think it should be questioned the 16% increase in revenue.
So instead of estimated, we're gonna put 16 point what?
Well, the estimated 16%
Okay,
increase.
estimated.
Estimate 16.
Just to make it, it's the 16% estimate's what I'm questioning, not the
Yep.
other stuff. And then 209, I think we should also add, in between those two sentences there, it should say that I pointed out that the tax cap numbers on the budget did not match the worksheet. Because that's one of the other things that we had more questions and needed to ask Ms. White for answers on. And then the question would be.
Oh, hang on, so right now, so the further question was that the tax cap numbers didn't match on the budget in the worksheet?
Yeah, the tax cap number on the budget that we had looked at did not match the tax cap number on the tax cap worksheet. And then on 210, do we want to just finish that sentence out with comma, but she had left? 'Cause I don't know if anywhere in here it says when she left. I was trying to figure out when she left.
But she's not a board member, so.
Right, but it's weird because in the beginning of the minutes, it says Miss White said this, Miss White said that, and then halfway through it just goes, well, those are things we'll have to ask Miss White.
So we
Reading
know
that.
that she left right before public comment.
No, she came back,
I think she was out printing stuff for
she
us.
came
right?
back and brought some documents to us
Oh,
that we'd
okay.
Yeah,
requested.
she was in and out when public hearing started, so she went to print some material off and then had come back.
That's
and
when she
then-
did come back to answer the question.
Yep.
So, but somewhere in public comment, then she did not return. I don't know.
So I think that was the first place that we mentioned anything that had to do with her and not being here, so if you want to put it in there, that's where I would put it.
I think you can also put the time, maybe.
We don't know.
We don't
No,
know.
she left at 8:25.
8:25
Yeah,
Okay, you know that?
yes.
Now, do we know where 825 is on these
on
notes?
these notes?
I'm guessing it's maybe at line 7 or 8.
Well, so you probably tell me in the video.
Well, no, because some of the public comment, she was definitely, did she leave? Well, it says Mr. Robert Kelly left at 8:02, so we could maybe say in there. I just don't know chronologically if it would, because where that is in 167 is 8:02, and that was noted, so I don't know. Because she's not a board member, you're right, so she can leave
Right.
without being announced that she's no longer present.
Okay. We'll just let her.
Everyone,
Anything else?
Warrants.
on 259, it says, since 70% of the calls are emergencies that are not a fire, it's a medical emergencies,
Our medical emergencies.
yeah. Could just say, our medical emergency is not fire.
Mr. Welch.
On the same line,
Yeah,
259.
and 257.
Then all the way on 413,
That's what I had, okay.
it says Miss asked. I don't know who that is.
Misasked.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either. That's the one is somebody.
Is it still
Well, there's only 3
Her.
suspects.
Miss?
Was this during, public comment?
Oh, yeah, because it was that,
Miss-
Miss,
Well, during
I'm not
public
gonna
hearing.
pronounce her name, but
Is it still Linda
Linda.
Prasad?
presents?
Priscadney?
Yeah, because she talked about the police station, she also asked about social service, and then she probably asked how much the unused warrant.
Yeah, she came back several times.
Because I think she was the
If
last.
she was still speaking, I don't wanna assume. I don't
I mean, if we're not
And-
sure, we can just say it was asked.
Oh,
That sounds
Robin?
correct.
I think it's Ms. Priscadney.
And I will just say on line 411, I did not suggest changing it deliberative session. I suggested it could be changed at deliberative session. I was not making that.
You could say that you-
Statement,
you-
but-
You noted that it could be changed.
I noted it could be, that it could be changed. I was not suggesting that anyone change it.
You noted that it could be.
Noted that it could be. Yeah, thank you.
On 421, it says 16% increase in the budget for that. That would be 16% increase in revenue. Not for that, just
Oh, yeah.
16% increase in revenue, period.
I guess we don't know who the miss,
So-
do we know the miss on what,
I'm pretty sure
413?
it's Priscadney.
Because I have here that Robin spoke as well. I thought, did Robin go last? Did she speak after the warrants?
Yeah, they went back and forth.
Yeah.
So if we're not sure, should we just say,
Yeah, we can just say
it was asked? It was asked? I mean, it's not important
I like that,
necessarily.
yeah.
It was.
It was asked how much.
It was asked.
That's a good change, yeah.
Right, that's fine.
And then 432, it says they wanted to change the name and purpose of the tricentennial article. I don't know exactly how to rename that, but it already says to change the purpose. We wanted to add.
We want to change
it.
the name to match the proposed purpose.
Yeah. We want to change,
Change the name to match.
we want to clarify to clarify the word, just write that we wanted them to clarify the wording.
Of the tricentennial
Yeah,
article?
yeah, it doesn't even need to say that. Well, yeah, you could do that. They wanted to clarify the name of to clarify the wording of the tricentennial article.
Okay.
That's fine.
So,
But we did not ask them to change the purpose.
no.
Yeah.
No, we didn't ask them to change the purpose, you're right. 417 and 440 both have the same time. So unless there was a time warp,
Catch, yeah.
one of those is wrong, at a minimum.
Public hearing was closed at 10:26.
I think that one's probably correct.
That's probably right. The meeting was probably not closed at 10:26.
Yeah, I feel like, we went to
Meeting
like,
went later.
probably like closer to 11:30 that night.
Oh, I
Okay.
have, actually, I have,
Like 10:45.
no, I
It's
actually
only
have,
11.
I have 10:19. So I wonder if that,
19 for which one?
Public hearing?
on the 9th. So I wonder if
Oh,
that
that
was
was
the
maybe
public
the
hearing
one.
closed at 10:19?
Probably,
I mean,
but,
But-
we were here like another 10 minutes or so after that.
no, we were here a lot longer.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was like 10:50, it was almost 11, I got home to like 11.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, so I don't know what 10:19, but
I got
that,
them at
so,
11.
All right. Yeah,
So
'cause
that
I got
could
home around
be-
11, yeah.
so that's probably what her time maybe said
Just-
into the,
Just write down that needs to be corrected.
yeah, can they
Just
check?
look at the
okay,
length
yeah.
of the recording and add that to 7 o'clock
Maybe
and
that's
figure it out.
10. Okay, maybe it is only,
No, it was,
It wasn't
no,
that-
that was a
it was-
snow night,
that was a snow day.
It
Yeah,
was
maybe
about
wasn't that long. Yeah.
10:30 that way. It could have been 10:19 and 10:19. It
I
wasn't
thought I
that,
was home by 11.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was home right before 11, I think.
I listened to the end of that, the last part of it, and I'm pretty sure the adjourning was right around what it says here.
yeah, that's
So it
what,
must be the public
Because
hearing.
I turned
Ask
on
the
the TV,
minute
we
taker
were
to
still
verify
going,
which
because I
one
had
is
to come
which.
that night because of the
Verify.
weather.
Right, oh.
I have 10:19 written
It was
down, so
terrible.
Right, well,
I'm wondering if that was the public
The video
hearing.
is 3 hours and 26 minutes long, so the meeting ended at 10:26.
10:26. So I have 10:19 written, which I would maybe say it's not clear in my notes, if that's the end of the public
Why don't we
hearing.
just write that the public hearing ended around 10 PM?
Well, 10:19 is probably correct.
Yeah,
Sure.
and then it,
Yeah.
just
I'm
like
okay with
5
that.
more minutes, and
I
at
think
least
that
it,
is right, because I think.
right, at least then it, I don't, magically can't happen in 0 minutes. Maybe more than 5,
It
but,
was Thursday's meeting.
I know. Yeah, we've got the meetings and stuff. I
this
think,
is
yeah.
the snow. I
Okay.
think it was around 10:30 when we left.
So this is why I think we should go back to the old way of doing minutes, because that was 50 minutes
Yeah.
times 11 people.
It's horrible.
It's not efficient.
Not at all.
Okay, changes. So here are all the changes to the meeting minutes from January 9th. Line number 2, Sandra Jones was not present. Line number 4, Stephen Welch is spelled W-E-L-C-H. If you could just find and
that change should be made throughout the meeting.
yeah, find and replace throughout the whole document. Welch is W-E-L-C-H. On line 12, call to order, the town budget hearing was called to order at 7 o'clock PM. Next line is 85, building inspector is a 2.3% increase. Line 95, we'll read, Mr. Bekavich stated that this was an easy way for the Board of Selectmen to get around the tax cap. Line 130, the note for social services has been moved to a warrant article. Line 143, Conservation Commission, $1,860. We're gonna add details to line 152 and 151. Linda's comment were in regards to how many salaried and stipend employees there were in Nottingham. She was in favor of keeping the rec salary line as it was. She was in favor of a lower budget at this time, too. Line 169, it's Jill Eldridge, Eldredge. Line 208 will read, questioned the estimated 16% increase. Line 209, there will be an addition. 209 will read, a large donation to the police department or not. Further questions were presented on tax cap. Sorry, let me start over. So further question was that the number on the tax cap number on the budget did not match the tax cap number on the tax cap worksheet. Line 259 will read, percent of the calls are medical emergencies, not fire. Lines 411 will read, Ms. Sabasco noted it could be changed at the deliberative session. Line 413 will begin, it was asked how much of. Line 417, the public hearing was closed at 10:19 PM. Line 432,
21, I think.
oh, thank you. What happened in 421?
Revenues?
16% increase in revenue, period.
Oh, I totally missed that.
I don't know why.
I didn't fix this one.
Thank you. Okay, so line 421 will read 16% increase in revenue. Once they had that, they. Line 432, the end of it will read, they wanted to change the wording of the tricentennial article. Meeting was adjourned at 10:26 PM. Thank you.
Can I, sorry.
Yep.
Line 137, there was a question mark, and we didn't, I just double checked it. 137.
Yeah, we got that
Did you get that one? Did you read over that
Oh,
one?
I thought we did. I got it here on my notes.
I know, but
But there
when
shouldn't
when
be
he-
a question
there shouldn't
mark?
be a question mark. It's 240,069, so
Oh.
240,069.
I could have missed reading that one.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
I just saw it as we were going back over.
Yeah.
Okay, 137, the library line, 240,069. Okay. Is there a motion to accept the meetings as amended, for the minutes?
I so move.
I'll second.
Motion by Charlotte, seconded by John Decker. All in favor of the meetings as amended, for the minutes? The one, right?
Abstain.
Okay,
And I abstain.
so that would be 902.
Mike, can we look at the revenues first?
I don't know, that's fine with me. I don't know if we need to follow the agenda now that we have one.
I don't think we're required to follow that exactly.
Okay.
I mean, we're doing town stuff first, right?
Yes.
So I just wanted to start with the revenue because the police are back here and I had a question.
Okay.
We have, on our revenue sheet, we have
Just so
a-
we can follow with the revenue sheet and then what line?
the newest revenue sheet on the second page. There's no line numbers, but it says, it's about a quarter of the way down. It says PD permit and other rev, 11,020. So Chief, it was my understanding this is like sales of pistol permits, and then also there was like a large distribution
throughout the year. I've been told that that's where the line That's where you have to put it in.
Yep, yeah, so we recommended that they adjust the name a little bit to make it less confusing, so that's why now it says other revolving or something like that.
Shouldn't it be two separate revenue lines?
No, I'm fine with these ones.
I think that it would probably be smart to actually report.
Unpredictable revenue, right? I mean, that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes we don't do it.
Well-
Just revenue from this.
So
Right,
that,
which is why I think keeping them separate is probably the best thing, actually.
fiscal purpose stuff's not, you can't count on that.
You could probably.
Based upon
ask-
history.
you could- Yeah, you could probably get.
Anyway, that wasn't, I mean, if you wanna add a line, that sounds fine to me.
Right now, it's
My
PD.
question was that, so, well, that's why we changed it, and they did change it.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
It's not, the name is not misleading anymore. No, so my question was just, so they took, there was like 11,000 in there, as actual revenue for this year, and then that was basically, it seems like that was used, and then they added 16% to get next year's anticipated revenue. And so my question was just, how much of that 11,000, do we actually expect that we have 11,000 in that line next year? That's what I was thinking, was that I remember at some point it said there was like one large donation anticipated. And I don't think that we can count on there being a large donation every year like that.
It's actually, so, the new column, to the right, is it now 11? Right, so all these, tan ones are 102,597. That's from 23 actuals, but the 24 estimated revenues from the MS 737 is 100,000. So they're actually not. Really that? Did they go to these new numbers? Now that I'm looking at this.
Yeah.
So that should match this one, but I can't find it. Well, I thought.
Is that third column, the one at the end, is that a new?
What?
This one? Right, is this,
I'm not sure, I got multiple versions.
No.
right,
so-
now I'm like, is this
so
the newest one?
This is the newest one, I think.
Okay.
Got it from up there.
But is this what we're using?
That's what, I don't know, we gotta look at it. We gotta look at it. We definitely need to look at the.
I mean, the newest copy we have here is saying that last year, budget committee estimated revenue was 118.
This year's SD.
Chief, what do you expect that 11,000 line to be?
I don't expect it to be 11,000.
What's a fair estimate?
I mean, I would, last like, 3 to 5 years.
That's what I remember. I don't know. Well, I don't see on this, I don't see the 100, I don't see the 16% increase on there. I guess my objection to that. I don't know if we should factor in 11,000.
Town has, I mean, the school has. Didn't this one, it's separate from the bucket.
So I have a question. So the updated revenue sheet, the grand total, $2,567,970, which seems to jive with the tax cap calculation that we had previously from 2011. Tax cap revenue shows estimated revenue. Tax cap worksheet that we get tonight from one. Not just 2.56 million. Tax cap.
Which one is that, Brent? Sorry, I asked Ellen about this today.
So the revenue sheet that we have today seems to match revenues that we had from last time, because it's 2.56 million revenues estimated for 2024, which matches what she used in the tax cap calculation worksheet from 2011, which was the last one we had. That matches the revenue she has in the tax cap worksheet from 111, but the tax cap calculation that we got tonight for 118, dated 118, shows 2.7 million.
Where are you seeing 2.7?
Down
I'm not
at
seeing
the
2.7.
bottom where so it shows selectmen, the selectmen's recommended budget. This one? The sheet here, revenues.
Less amount of estimated revenues
Right.
I wonder if there's some credits, it's a different, the numbers in the top section,
This is new.
the number, wait. But the less net revenues is
That
the
also
top?
carries credits.
Yeah, there's maybe
So the
additional.
2.7 carries the credit for,
Fund balance.
Well, I mean, the problem is what we have for revenue, 5 million, and that's the only number we have to go by.
So you
for-
have to,
No,
look
it-
at the MS
it says it comes from the
737.
MS 434 on the new sheet. That's the updated one, so she had her notes added to it, which was the same question I asked her today.
What are you saying?
So this one with the yellow box on it now,
Yeah.
you look at MS 434 as it was submitted to the Department of Revenue on 9/1, and that's the number we're supposed to use because this
You have MS?
yes.
Bank.
If not, oh, no, it's the one on the website, isn't it?
We have 737
You pop open the website, I think it's on there.
and
Yeah,
We have
so the
7.7.
revenues of 2.5 million was from last year, which that number looks fine. Yeah, the other revenue that you're seeing, the 2.5 million is for last year.
yeah, so that's why I was trying to follow this.
Sense.
Is the top section last year's?
Yes,
Yes.
to come
Okay,
up with a tax cap
Just
for
to showing what
this
they,
year.
how they,
So the
used it
2000
last year.
Exactly, so you can come up with the total tax raised by appropriations and
This number is this appropriation number, that's including the warrant articles.
correct. Which,
So should we include all the warrant articles?
Yes.
When we calculate the tax cap this year?
which is what
Yes.
she's done. So if you look at the bottom, operating budget appropriations, plus special warrant articles, plus individual warrant articles, total appropriations of 6.3 million.
I guess the issue that I have is it's good, yeah, now at least the selectmen's budget doesn't match the tax cap number calculated. I guess I have a couple issues with how it was calculated. First, that their revenues, estimated revenues for 2024 line, 2.7 million, doesn't match the revenue sheet that we have, which shows.
So if you look at the
4.56 million.
Right, you
Yep.
gotta look at the MS 737,
Okay.
which is right here. This is what's gonna get submitted to the state. Go beyond the budget, it has all the revenues, and that's what matches the number that she's using there to create the tax cap.
oh,
3737.
What page is that, Tim?
It's page 9,
13.
starts on page 9 of 13.
oh, because there's,
I mean, I guess, do you know where the extra 150,000 of extra revenue came from? But they're buying it down again this year.
that's a different,
From the
that's a different.
unassigned fund. We decided to take 150.
150 and change from unassigned fund balance to apply the warrant article for the roads.
To
Instead of the
remove,
road
to
warrant
get to
article
this
being
number.
completely raised from taxes. We haven't got to the warrant articles yet, so, but we broke that warrant article out. It's still one warrant article, but a portion
So
of it.
150,000 from
Unassigned.
unassigned fund balance. 298. Becomes a revenue. Have we determined as a town, like, what's the total balance of the unassigned fund balance, and are we breaking our minimum that's required?
Not at all. So right,
We had a form on that, whether it was, I think it was last week.
so right now, the estimated, so the audited unassigned fund balance as of January 1st of 2023 was $2.4,998,661. And then
Is that the unassigned?
at the end of next year, it's estimated to be at 2.660239, which would be close to about 13%. Right now, at the end of last year, are 11.75. It's higher. So that's why we had said, well, we can take, which is less than what we had taken last year. Last year, there was $200,000 taken from the unassigned fund balance. This year, it's a little bit less, but one of
Sorry, how much, last year was how much?
200. But we know that we're probably going to need more money from that unassigned fund balance, because the well at the recycling center died during Christmas break, and right now they're using porta potty. So that's gonna have to be completed.
So, okay, that's good. But now if we look back at the tax cap sheet, we're taking last year, and you see the 200,000 to add back on 200,000.
Right, because you can't, that's not a, you have to, and the same thing will happen next year when you're computing your tax rate, is it's not a true revenue source, so they have to add it back in to the revenue to offset what was taken, because it's not really money that was received from the town as much.
RSA,
So that's fine, but the math to me doesn't work, because that amount, if you look at this tax cap calculation, we have total appropriations for last year, which is 5.75 million. So when you have your revenue and amount to be raised by taxes, that should equal total appropriations, and of course, you can account for the 200K. But if you look at 2.5 plus 3.4, that's like, that's,
Where are you, Brett,
so
where
I'm
you?
looking at the tax cap working calculation.
Yep,
Right. Total appropriation number should equal revenues plus the amount raised by tax. So that would be 5 plus 3.5, that's like 6 million. So that would be total appropriations can't.
I thought it was minus the revenue.
yeah, it's.
Minus
Operating plus.
Amount to be raised by
articles minus
taxes
the
is
revenues.
$3,449,579 for last year. The amount to be raised by taxes is $3,449,579. So you take the total appropriations minus the net revenues, net revenue, and then you add back in the fund balance, and that gives you three.
just redid that math. Parentheses is negative.
Okay, 3, 2,
Yeah, parentheses.
49 plus 200 is 3, 4, 49.
57 minus 25 plus 200 is 3, 4.
5, 7 plus
Minus.
Minus
5 million.
200,000.
But you can't double count. Well, no, you'd be doing that if you said the net revenues was $2,706,000, which it wasn't. The unassigned fund balance isn't a revenue. You're taking money from taxes have already been raised.
Anyway, so the 3.2 million plus, makes sense, and then plus
Where are you at
2.5.
3.2?
Taking the 200 away.
I'm subtracting 200,000 from 349,000.
Yep.
3.2 million. If you add that to 2.5 million, that gives you 5.7. So I don't understand why we're using 9 million. It should be 3.2.
Because that's the amount that was raised, that was used to raise tax, to be raised by taxes, was 3 point.
Maybe to help.
Well, we couldn't have
too.
raised, 349,000, because if you add revenues, 2.5, it comes to 6.1 million, not 5.7 million. So there's $400,000 extra.
What?
You add those two numbers.
Could you
What
explain
numbers
that again,
are-
Brett? I
So,
lost you on that.
our total appropriations is 5.7 million, right?
Yep.
5.7 million. So you got revenues, and if you add the amount we raised by taxes, the revenues plus the amount raised by taxes gotta equal your total appropriations.
Would you like to see this is the tax breakdown that the state provided us,
Yeah.
which is what you all saw in your tax bill. That's where these numbers are pulled from the state, and it shows it right here. $3,346,792 is the net required local tax effort for the town operating budget. Do you want to see that?
It's MS1. What the? MS1, is that what that is? Yeah. We got that last time.
I mean, it's how it's done.
So, Tim, or can I ask, so is there a new MS 737 that's not in draft? That matches?
No, it's always gonna be in draft until you guys sign
Until
it.
that's done, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So, these numbers on the budget summary don't match the numbers on that? The estimated revenues and credits on the MS 737? Is that because of the 200,000?
Well, there was
Not
also
exact.
200, is it off by 240,000?
No, less. The number I have on the MS 737 is 2,567,970. And on this, like, this is almost an exact copy of all these numbers except that.
Yeah, that's 240, the
And that's-
difference.
Yeah.
What you
that's-
just said is
It's
240.
240?
So that was money,
51,000 off, roughly.
so the 240 was from money that was raised and appropriated in 2022 for the new truck, but it wasn't ready until last year, and so it was actually spent last year and distributed from the trust fund last year.
Okay. So that's why there was additional. So it just
Revenue.
wouldn't show on the MS 737 because it's a previous
Because it was on the previous one.
previous
Right.
year.
But it actually came in on the revenue sheet. It's at the very bottom of the second page. It's that TTF 240 number.
Okay, yep.
So that's the differential.
And then that category total is actually higher than this number, but the DRA, 2,845,860. Okay.
And then you've got that same summary on page 12 of the MS 737 that she has at the bottom.
Right, that's what I was saying, that's not the same, that number's not the same, that's the number I was asking about.
Okay, yeah.
It says 2,567,970, and this one says 2,718,
Yeah.
270. That was the difference, I was
Yeah.
just wondering, and that's the, okay.
Tim, I don't want to jump off of the revenue and the tax cap, but I'm looking through the MS 737. So our final number, like that, the total number, the 5,756,000, that includes all warrant articles if they're approved by the voters and the proposed budget.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it's actually the total appropriations would be $6,305,830. That's the warrant articles plus the operating budget
Can
appropriations.
you read that number again?
$6,305,830.
It's at the,
It's on page 12, 13, on
that's,
the MS 737.
yeah,
12. Okay.
yeah.
Right up at the top.
It's also at the bottom section of the tax cap calculation, it's the same thing, so that's the total, the operating budget is 5,143,955 plus the different warrants.
And then so that's what's, the appropriations are, and then you take out the revenues, anticipated revenues, and then that's the amount that needs to be raised by taxation. And that's what's 4% higher than last year.
Okay. No, I think that's making sense. I don't, forgive me though, so warrant articles are or are not included in total appropriations? Are. Okay,
Minus the revenue.
okay.
So the way
Makes the tax cap.
it got explained to me today, which helped me a lot, is if you actually look at, when you're voting, one of the things we're voting for is a warrant article that is the operating budget. So the operating budget is a warrant article when it gets voted for. So really, everything
those.
that gets voted on is a warrant article.
Okay.
But when you
Yeah.
also go and look at
So you
the
can't
tax
really
cap.
shift things around.
No, that
And
makes good
that's sort of
sense.
the idea, is you can't just,
So
to
why,
avoid the tax
why
cap.
bother moving all the road money out onto a warrant article?
So that in the operating budget, the line items like, for instance, salaries, we can absorb those into the operating budget and then move some of that out to a warrant article to get appropriated separately.
Well,
Because if,
Wasn't it moved out essentially to meet the tax cap?
well, no, it was to absorb the other
Well,
expenses.
last year they moved out 300,000 or something, and that was to meet the tax cap, because last year we didn't take into account the warrant articles at all for tax cap.
That's what I thought.
And
John
yet,
didn't.
and yet you had hundreds of thousands taken out to meet the tax cap, and that seems to be what happened up until about a week or two ago when we got this new math about using the warrant articles.
You're supposed, that's the way it's.
That's why I thought
That's the way the RSA reads.
town road thing came out, that what we were going through was to come up with the money that was in that warrant article for the roads.
Yeah.
And I was surprised to see it still in a warrant article.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
under the understanding that stuff would be moved to warrant so they could meet the cap.
So I mean, if we
Yes.
can meet the cap without moving things out to warrant articles, why would we move the road stuff out at all? Why wouldn't we just leave it in there? Because you'd still meet the cap.
isn't it because the warrants have already been proposed at a
Well,
public
now
meeting
it's
and we
too,
can't
and now
change
it's
them?
past the time.
Because I thought of the same thing. I thought about moving all of those things back in and proposing a different budget, but we
So we're
can't
correct,
adjust
that
the
is the way
numbers.
everything worked until like
does,
2 weeks
it
ago.
totals
when-
together.
When we changed how
Yeah.
we're doing tax caps, apparently.
It's-
Well, I think
we didn't
last-
change it, this is the
No,
RSA.
we're actually doing it correct.
Alan's
This is the
doing
way
it the
it's
correct
supposed to
way.
I think
be.
last year was our first go at the tax cap,
No,
so
we had it
And they
before
were
that too, didn't we?
working-
No?
No,
Actually,
last
this
year
is
was the
the
first
first
year.
enacted.
The first year.
Okay.
So it was
so
whatever.
we
they
were
came
kind
up
of.
with.
Chris,
She was
New to
working
it.
off the old
Chris told us one thing,
Right.
then John,
template, I guess.
whatever, told us a different thing. And now we have Ellen.
But this, yeah, no, this makes sense. So if
Alright.
everything's approved,
So-
this is our, these are
I
our
get your
numbers.
point, Tom.
So, Steve, help me out here. So just
Tim.
take a step.
Tim.
I
Tim.
don't know why I call Steve. You're
Well,
sitting where
that's,
Steve
I'm sitting where he
was.
says.
I often confuse Tim and Steve.
Look a little bit
They look the same.
Yeah, I
Anyways.
shaved.
So help me out with this. So,
I see.
that form I gave you shows all the budget history. So last year's operating budget for the town was $15,600,000. This year's proposed budget is $16,700,000, something like that.
You're talking about
the town
or school?
That was school.
Sorry, yeah,
was like-
that's why I didn't
Yeah,
want to
town's
put them on
not
the
that
same
much.
page, but I wanted to save paper. Anyways, so when you look at the operating budget from year to year, 4.8 million to 5.1 million, right? It's a 6.1% increase. So just help me understand how we get down to 4%. Part of it that I see is this $200,000.
Well, you're not including any revenue in your calculations right here. You're looking just at a total budget
Right.
percent
And
increase.
so I'm trying to figure out how I get that down to 4%. And part of what I see is that 200,000, right? We gotta
Yep.
take that into account. And then the other thing is that, I'm noticing the revenues here, this actuals, it says DRA category, but I'm assuming this is the total of actuals of 2.8 million. That's higher than our anticipated and higher than our estimated by a few hundred thousand. I'm guessing that's where the other amount comes from?
The estimated
Your
ones
question
at
on revenues.
this point in time for the 23 year can't be used because those aren't those are unaudited numbers that haven't been reported to the state yet.
Okay.
So the numbers she has to use are from 9/1 because that's the last time it was reported to the state and that's the last time they're actually verified numbers. Those numbers, I asked the same question today. It's the only reason I know. But those numbers she can't use because that's just sort of her running tally currently.
Okay.
That's not an audited actual. So you have to use the numbers that get presented to the state on these forms. That's why she's referencing the MS 737 and the 474 or whatever they are.
And then the rest of it would be what, the difference in the amount of warrant articles this year versus last year?
Yeah, because you add that in. I mean, if you look at the bottom here, it's just adding all of that together.
All right. So there's less warrant article spending this year than last year, or more?
I think it's
More.
I
slightly
think it's
higher.
more dollar value.
Because it was, somebody calculated it last week, it was like
It's just over.
900,000
909.
versus 1 point
At
something.
1.1.
That's not part of the reason that it's closer to the tax cap. Okay.
But, right,
I mean, Brent, you're the one that had the time to dive into this.
Which part are you?
All this tax cap calculation. Does it make sense to you?
Well, so, I think the way, well, I guess I still have a question about the way that Ellen did it, or the town did it. So, I looked at what you gave me, and it makes maybe a little more sense, but 3.449 million, where does that number come from? Because we look just above that, the net,
What sheet are you on?
sorry, tax cap calculation
Yep.
dated 1/18. We look at the net required local tax effort in the graph or column.
Yeah.
It shows 3.346 million. So why isn't that the amount that shows up in the amount to be raised by taxes in the calculation?
The very top.
Where does 3.449 come from?
local tax effort.
Well, I guess that looks like it's including probably the service credit.
No, I
No?
don't think
You
so,
did the
because
math?
I did add up 5.7 million, the 265,000, the 31,000, and I subtracted the revenue, 2.5 million, I subtracted 200,000, and that gives you the 3.46 million.
So is that
Numbers
200?
add up.
Yeah,
All right,
but
is
it-
that 200,000
And then they're adding back
plus
in,
or
the-
minus? In one case, it's a plus, and the other, it's a minus.
I think they're subtracting it from the revenues, so then it ends up it's adding it, but it's subtracting it from the revenues. But I don't know that I really agree with that, because it's
Right,
like,
they're calling revenues at top.
it's
I see.
basically, we're, instead of raising taxes,
Here,
we're
they're
taking
adding
money out of the unassigned fund balance. But then, we're treating it as if we raise taxes, so it's increasing the amount that you can spend next year. It's reducing how much taxes we have to raise this year, but then when you add it back into this calculation, it's saying, okay, well, let's pretend we really did raise that 200,000 in taxes, and let's pretend we can spend more next year. So I think it's just it's a funky accounting trick to add that back in
Yeah,
here in this calculation.
Right,
It
'cause
doesn't
that,
make
that
sense.
money's already been taxed.
Just to-
Somebody going funny with that number, because it's
Yeah.
added in one place and subtracted in the
Yeah.
other.
So to read the law, which is what she's referencing, so 32:5B, section 1A says, if the local taxes raised for the prior year were reduced by any fund balance brought forward from the previous year, the amount of such reduction shall be added back and included in the amount to which the tax cap is applied under paragraph 1. So,
Does that basically just mean you can't buy your way out of the tax cap?
Well, that's,
I think so.
That to me says we just ignore that, right?
What, ignore the fund balance?
No, ignore the $200,000 in every sense, right?
No, it says the amount of the reduction shall be added back and included in the amount which the tax cap is applied.
Well, you want to add it back in because you took it out earlier, right? Wouldn't that
That's-
mean you just don't consider it at all?
I mean,
But
then-
it was included in that total appropriations number, so it was added in, right?
Yeah.
So, or no, was that reduced?
And the
That
top-
money's
In the
already
top,
been
it's
raised by
reduced,
taxes. Reduced.
and the bottom, it's
Yeah.
added.
Yeah.
So,
That
Yeah,
money's
no, I
already
see that, but then
been
there's also the,
Taxation.
there's the 265 considered and the 311 considered, or the 31 considered, which are added as opposed to subtracted, and that's not in the tax cap calculation either, though.
So you're talking about, I think, two different things here. One is for the state to develop your taxation for the town for 2023. They take out the fund balance because that has already been taxed, let's say the prior year. So they're not going to
it's
tax.
already available, yeah. It's already
Yeah,
available.
exactly. So, but when you're doing the tax calculation for the next year, you add that back in. It's not considered a revenue, so you see the negative for the revenues, it's added back in.
But it's like,
So why wouldn't you just,
So it's almost like an appropriation.
so why would you not, like Tom said, just not include that number at all?
Because just exactly what Owen read from the,
Right, no, but it's already in there, is what this says.
yeah, this number is really muddying the waters here.
no, because the total appropriations of 5.756, 365.
Okay, go back to what Owen read.
it's right here.
That's right on the next
It's
page.
in the middle of the next page, yeah.
So,
It's after the, in parentheses, explained in chapter 5.
five, yeah.
The amount of the reduction is added back and included in the amount to which the tax cap is applied.
It's almost like you treat it as if you actually raised it in taxes. That's in effect what would happen. So it
it's-
allows you to spend an extra 200,000 plus
by
4%.
being added back, that means it's not subtracted.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be added back in, it should just be nullified there, because it's already in that number.
In what number? The 5.7 million?
the appropriations. Or,
No, it's not, because when you use fund balance, it's
it was appropriated the year before, or whatever.
but it's not an appropriation because it's not impacting your tax rate. So when you look at the warrant article, for example, for the roads, and using that
I think it
money,
is appropriated, it's just not raised through
it's not
taxes.
raised through taxes.
Right, so I raised through taxes.
Well, it came from taxes.
Right, it's been
But
previously
the year, previous
appropriated.
year, but you can't, then you're double dipping and saying you're
That's what
taxing
you're doing,
again.
that's what's happening here, is this is
Right.
double dipping.
No, it's,
Yeah. this
You're
is
adding
double
that
dip-
as,
this is
that's double dipping. You're
John,
adding
how
that-
is it, I'm not seeing it. Can you explain it more?
So it says
You're adding it back in.
that the amount of the reduction is added back and included in the amount in which the tax cap is applied. So the amount in the reduction, the 200,000, that reduction on the third line here, fund balance or surplus. That's it. So you're adding that back in, basically by not subtracting that, is adding it back in. You're leaving it the way it was.
That's assuming that that total appropriations number included that fund balance, correct?
It didn't include
Well,
that
it-
fund balance.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm wondering if the disconnect is. That total appropriations line doesn't include fund balance.
No.
Correct. Right, it doesn't, and that, you don't add.
True.
Where are you adding that number back in from? It shouldn't be added, you're adding it, you're taking the subtracting, the amount that you subtracted, and basically adding it in twice.
I get,
By not subtracting it, you're adding 200,000 by not subtracting, and then you're adding another 200,000 because,
but what you're assuming is that 200,000 is in the 5.7. That it's already in that number?
so what good is the tax cap if we can just pull out money out of fund balance?
because because the tax cap is a limit on how much can be raised and appropriated year to year compared to the previous year. So you cannot, so if this is the amount that was raised and appropriated the previous year, and they use other funds to offset that, including revenues, then that's why it's saying that it's not part of the, so that's why it's
It's not
added
part
back
of the
in.
new taxes.
It's
When
not
you say
part of
adding
it.
it back in, isn't that because like you're gonna pay for it the next year after that? Like
No,
it's,
you already paid for it.
The amount of the reduction is added back and included in the amount in which the tax cap is applied.
That's what's
So by-
happening here,
by
it's added.
not- Right, no, it's not.
So it's added back in though, but that doesn't say if it's a positive or negative though, right?
I mean,
You added
by not
negative
using it
200.
here,
Be
by not subtracting it, it's added back in.
Right.
Because you're
That's the
saying,
way the math works.
you're saying the 200,000.
The way you understand it, based on the fact that you think that that total appropriations number, that
It could be a
5,756.
negative 200,000, which you're
Alright.
saying would make more sense. That, you'd have to read this RSA, you know, what I mean, not just,
This is, right.
The
this was
full-
you have to read it and see,
I
and
don't know if this
dissect
is
it.
the full.
I can pull it out.
You know what I mean?
I
I
can,
understand what you're
I
saying.
can
It says
tell
the amount
you
reduction is
to
added back in,
verify
That's what-
this. I
that's what
talked
this
to,
is.
but that could be a negative number added back in. You know what I mean? That could be a negative 200,000 added back in, then it would make more sense.
We wouldn't add in a negative. It's adding it back in this calculation right
You're
here.
adding it twice
Where is it also added?
by not subtracting it.
it's not
This
in
number
the
up here
original
is not
number.
equal to this number, it's down here. This number doesn't equal this number.
So
No,
John,
This number does.
Just this first appropriations
Yeah, that's
number.
the appropriation.
So in this calculation,
says-
you're taking the appropriation, don't look at the top. You're taking the appropriations, you're reducing the revenues, you are adding back in the $200,000 fund balance to get to the total amount to be raised by taxes, which is $3,449,579. Then you're doing the tax cap calculation to arrive at 2024's tax cap.
The way
Right,
it's
what happens
worded.
is, I agree with you, what happens if
The
you,
way it's worded says the amount of the reduction,
From the previous year's reduction. This is the previous year's reduction. Yeah.
so, right, so the amount of the reduction is added back by not subtracting it. You're,
No one's subtracting
No.
it, though. So the previous year, it was
Right, they're adding
subtracted
it.
because they
you're-
didn't use
you're
those
double- that's
appropriations.
double dipping.
No,
How was
it's
it double
not.
dipping?
Hold on, let me add one point of clarification, because I talked this whole thing through with Ellen on the phone for like half an hour today. I wasted all of our taxpayer dollars, I apologize.
So,
But
so
I was
instead of
trying like hell to
20,000,
get a
what happens
hold
if
of
it was
this.
a million they took
And
out? You know what I mean? What would it
what
be?
I found out from Ellen when I was talking to her is that there's about a dozen other towns in the state now that run this system. She reached out to the list org that they have. She asked them how they all did that calculation. They all told her they do this calculation this way, and then they came up and provided her some example presentation that they use and that they reference, and they all calculate it this same way. So I can tell you that this way that we're now doing it is the way everybody else is doing it.
That doesn't mean that it's right.
That's correct. That doesn't mean if it's right.
You're right, but you
was
assuming
copying
that there's a
something from
number in the top number when it's not in there already isn't correct either.
Right.
I'm just listening to what you read and what is written here. And
But you're making an assumption that that $200,000 is already a number shown in that 5.7 million, and it's not. That's why it's showing up as a revenue in the sheet above it, because it's different. Different
the
number,
thing
but
that
you
you're
have to
reading-
add it back in according to the law. So that extra 200,000 in revenue was required to meet the total appropriations needed. So that's why it has to be added back in for the tax count, because it needs to be the fund balanced extras plus the appropriations to get the total appropriations for everything for the year, because that's what's going to affect the tax rate.
so basically, last year when we didn't calculate it correctly, we were probably over our budget by $200,000.
Very, very possible.
If that's,
Well,
because that's part of the
yeah.
problem is you're calculating it two different ways
Yeah.
in two different years.
Sure. That's true.
Yeah, we can't compare to last year,
But,
doing it this way.
or like,
So one thing Ellen had mentioned to me when I was talking to her today was in January, February, or probably February, March, is having an HMA come in to the budget committee and present to how, like, using the budget, it's like a 140-page book or whatever about budgeting. I don't know if any of you attend the workshop, but that's sort of they pull out pieces of it, is to have them sort of go through this whole process with the budget committee so you understand, everybody understands, the Board of Selectmen will probably be there too, is how this, number one, the tax cap's calculated, but also the process of, budgeting.
yeah, because this wasn't part of.
So Tim,
Wasn't part of that training.
what's the
no.
unassigned fund balance right now?
So John, this is from last year.
Well, it's an estimated amount, because is $2,660,239.
2.6 million. So what's the goal, what's the selectmen's goal for a balance on that? Just so we know how much more we're gonna spend down on this to, basically get past it.
11%.
11%?
I think that, 11 to 12% is our,
11 to 12% of what?
Of the total budget.
Of the total budget, so
The
that
school
number
and the
goes
town.
up. as the
Including
budget's
school
going
and
up.
That includes
everything?
school.
Okay, 11 to 12% of total budget, town and school.
Yes.
So where are we at right now as a percentage? Like where, do you have approximate?
so at the end of 2023, or in 2023, we're at 11.7.
We're at 11.7, okay.
I got a question again, sorry.
I mean, at some point, we gotta make it back up, right, if we dip below the 11%. So you guys gotta be careful here doing this.
Right.
Funding from the unassigned fund balance.
Right, which is why we're,
You're gonna get in a
what we're
pin-
pulling
you're gonna
this
get in-
year.
You're gonna get in a pinch if you get down to your minimum 11%, and now,
Well, minimum's
It's not a
five.
The minimum's five.
oh, but, well, okay, you
5 to
said.
17.
Well,
And we're,
Yeah.
and we're
five
pretty
is-
good,
five
yeah.
is minimum
5 to minimum, the
for
state,
law.
this, yeah.
Okay, I think I understand. So the $200,000 was voted to be pulled from fund balance by the Board of Selectmen,
No, by the town,
by the town.
in a warrant article.
Oh, warrant.
3 warrant articles.
That was. Oh, okay. So that was not,
The,
that
the
wasn't,
unassigned fund balance has to be voted by the taxpayers to be used. The Board of Selectmen is not like a trust fund.
okay.
And are those warrant articles we're looking at tonight, or
Nope,
this
those
last
are from,
year's?
no, those are from
That
last year.
200,000 is from last year,
So it was
okay.
the library and
Oh, so that
culverts.
was-
Okay.
So that must have been school stuff?
No, it was all town.
Oh, it was town.
Yep, it was, I can
What
tell
was
you,
voted?
it
Fund
was,
balance.
it was $90,000 to be added to the town building maintenance and repair and expendable trust fund, $90,000 for the engineering projects and culverts, Kelsey Road, Cooper Hill Road, and library parking lot, and then $20,000 to be added to the revaluation capital reserve fund.
Out of fund balance?
All of those 3 warrant articles were from unassigned fund balance.
Okay. So
It
that,
was 7, 8, and 9.
okay.
Because this is not fund balance to reduce taxes.
Right.
This 200,000 is not
So that, I
fund
was,
balance to reduce
that's what I
taxes.
thought it was, fund balance to reduce taxes.
No.
No, it was
That-
appropriated last year.
Okay, all right. So, okay, that makes sense. That is basically appropriations.
Yeah, it just shows up in the revenue line, not the appropriations line, which is why
Right,
you have
so
to add
that's
it
why
But
it
back
gets
in.
added to the
200,000 was
appropriations.
not in that appropriation.
No,
No.
No, the rest of it.
that was
covers
just the
up
warrant
appropriations.
articles plus your,
All warrant.
Operating budget.
It says all warrant articles as approved.
Right, but the warrants from fund balance
So-
are zero.
come
Those,
from a different.
they're zero.
source,
If you look at all 3 warrant articles, they have a 0 tax impact.
Because they come from a different source.
Okay. I'd have to get back.
They had a tax impact prior years.
All right.
Chapter 5,
Okay.
page 35.
So are we good as a board? Can we accept the tax cap calculations, the revision from 11824?
Before we approve it, this, war service credits, this is like the veteran credits.
Yeah.
Correct.
Does that factor in at all? Because that just changes the tax base, right? I don't know why that number is on here.
For the state? Oh,
Yes,
we're-
so what, this municipal accounting overview.
Well, yeah, so that
He just
comes,
pulled
again,
the
that
full
comes from the
table.
state.
Okay.
You don't necessarily use it in the tax.
We don't
cap
count that or
calculation.
the actual
This
overlay.
middle is
Okay.
the
No, we absorb that.
calculation.
And then we vote on it, which is what we're doing this year.
Yeah.
And
the
then
warrant.
the totals with the warrant articles, I noticed there was some change with this road one where we were using 105 out of unassigned. Does that change the numbers on here?
No,
Okay.
no, that's so that's included in here.
You change the warrants? Or not?
Is that the right number where it says fund balance 150,300? 3 lines from the bottom on this sheet? Should that be 105?
Which sheet are you looking at, Tom? Is that the new one we got tonight?
Okay.
The town meeting warrant articles 2024 sheet.
Yeah, that little summary sheet.
Yeah, 3 lines from the bottom, it says fund balance 150,300. And that change to that warrant article for roads was 105,300, was it?
No, it was 150.
Okay, well then it's, you got an error in here then, on Article 12 in our packet, because Article 12 on here is saying the sum of 105,300. It even says
well-
typed out 105,000.
I'm sorry, where are you? Which one?
Right here, Article 12?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 105.
Oh, it should be 150.
Okay.
It should be 150, 300.
So how are we gonna be able to vote on that? Like, what's,
Yeah, because these are still gonna need to be,
It's an error. It's 150, 300?
Yeah.
It's 150,
It
300.
gotta be the way.
gotta be,
around.
they gotta be.
Because we gotta sign.
well,
this
then you gotta
stuff.
change the other numbers too. This doesn't, if you change that to 150, then the other ones can't be 394. Or you won't have 500. You'll have more.
Stuff is-
It'll be over like 44,000 or something like that.
Oh, that math, wait, what was it, Yeah. It's a weird
Number 12.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So, can we,
Because this warrant article
Why not?
says 105, and then in their worksheet here where it says the amount that's gonna be coming from a
150.
fund balance says 150, 300.
Oh, yeah.
So that's changing the amount to be appropriated, right?
Any other ones that don't get funded through?
Well, the other ones all look like they added up correctly.
So, yeah, it was just, she
Should be
transferred.
349.
It's supposed to be 349, 700.
It said 394. They got mixed up.
Oh, okay.
The 9 and the 4 backwards.
Well, the text is wrong too.
Yes, yeah, well, the number's wrong.
Right.
I forgot my mark. Okay.
okay, can we approve the tax cap calculations, or do we have to come back to this?
So I don't think you need to
We
approve the
don't
tax
need to.
cut, you need to approve the
We
the
need to approve
budget.
our recommended budget.
Revenues,
Can we approve the revenue then?
yeah.
I'm okay with that. Wait, I mean, are we okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah,
What are we looking at?
Yeah, I think we're.
Revenue, the revenue
yeah,
sheet.
I'm not sure.
Oh, that one.
And the one that we questioned is actually lower than
Right, they put 100,000 in instead
23.
of.
Right, but we know that it's gonna go, that donation thing ain't gonna be in there.
And
Right, right. but
So
they-
it's lowered.
It's, there's enough excluded out of that. They estimated 100,000 instead of, the total was 102,597. So that's.
That seems
takes
correct.
The full PD miscellaneous out and then some.
That's not taken out. They didn't take
No,
that
it's the
out.
PD permit and other, it's 11,000.
That's included in there.
It's included
In the 102.
in the 102,
Yeah.
but it's not included in their estimate
Well, it's, yeah, but
Which is
yeah,
100,
for
so,
100.
but it's over 10% of that number that they're basing their estimate off of.
Right, but
They're basing the estimate off the 100.
So what is the estimate, that our revenue on everything else is gonna increase by like 8 or 9%?
Well, they
possibly the
got-
largest
so-
number in there
so
is
the
the
number-
recyclables. That's what
Right,
it
and
keeps-
recyclables, we're not getting more money for those, that's for sure, we've heard.
But
Maybe we should look at the recyclables then. Where's that?
That's the last one that's yellowed in the
Yeah, bottom of the,
57,000.
bottom of the tan.
57,084.06, which did go up from the last one we saw, so it definitely is, I mean, is a higher number from the previous revenues we'd seen. So we did, because we were not at 100,000, I don't think, the last one we saw.
Tim?
It was 47.
That,
It was 47?
47?
Yeah,
So
and now it's 50.
47.
And
So
now
we
it's
had-
57.
Saying that
if
that,
recycling is going down, maybe we do need to lower our revenue.
That was a question I had asked last time, if,
What isn't that up to?
because that's probably, that's the, half of this line
saying
is
that
recyclable.
that's
So
an error,
I don't think,
that's an error, that this is all wrong.
I don't
So
think the
this should be
permit,
150 and this
The
should be whatever.
recyclables originally was 47,000, then they raised it to 57.
as of what was the date on that one?
150, 300, and this is whatever it
The
takes to
top?
get the.
Oh, yeah, it's been a while, 11/15.
You're looking at the
Yeah,
warrant.
so that's another month and a
Yeah.
half of recyclables went up another 10,000.
Those two numbers there.
thank you.
That's what it should be.
But a month and a half at 10,000, you know,
Got it.
12 months, 10,000? 12 months,
Yeah, planning board went up.
I don't know,
No, you're right. There's a,
that was the one thing, but that's the largest budget number in that
right.
revenues, is the recyclables. So, I imagine that they, but I will say that the estimated for 2023 was 115, and they've actually gone down in this section to 100,000, which seems that they are recognizing that there's probably less revenues in this area already.
Yeah, they raised the newsletter advertising up.
Yeah, because they're increased, right, you're increasing
Yeah.
So, like I said, it looks like they're recognizing a reduction in this area, so,
What's the estimate for 2023?
115. And now they're only estimating 100,000 in this line, so to me, it seems like they're recognizing some things are actually going down.
Yeah, it says
In
change
this
based
area?
on actual receipts, so.
Well, yeah, if they estimated 115, they only raised 102.
Right, so then they went down to 100.
Is that, maybe we should go down? Because they were 13,000 under, 12 and a half anyway. Maybe we should only estimate like 90 for that.
Yeah, that seems right. Based on, you know, because we're losing the PD miscellaneous of the revenue and the recyclables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's still good.
Even with all that, the total actual collected came in above the estimate. Total collected came in above the estimate,
That's
correct?
because there was a large one-time police donation that
Where?
was unanticipated.
No, in
much
that
was
line?
that?
No, it was estimated
No, I'm
150.
saying overall.
Oh, the total overall, yeah, and that's where I think to change that by 10,000, I'm not sure. Because, yeah, the total estimated this year was 2.5, 35, and
Well,
the
we had accident payouts and
actuals.
stuff. All right, so those are not,
No, not ones you can anticipate, agreed, but,
The insurance.
yeah, things like
yeah,
that.
insurance payouts, one-time
There was those
donations,
two
things like
payouts
that.
at the bottom of that sheet.
Yeah.
Also, I'm wondering, does the
Yeah.
reason it went over, would that also
Is that
include the
Marston Rec
unanticipated adequacy aid that we got like 65 grand for?
68,000,
I think that's rec revolving. It says Marston.
right, but it comes in as a revenue?
Do we change that, or was that on?
That's not a typical, unless that's what paid, but I don't know. It was not previously
That on a previous form?
listed as a,
Not a revenue that we
Revenue.
can charge, that we can
was that on, do you have the previous one out,
count on.
Bob?
It showed 865. Oh,
No,
I'm
down
sorry.
Oh, we're
low.
looking for,
Was there Marston
Marston
slash rec
rec
revolving?
3912.
There's now 68,000 on, in?
Yeah,
Correct,
that's
Jim.
not right, that shouldn't be there.
Which number is this again? Sorry, I'm struggling to find it.
It's near the bottom of the,
It was
um,
zero.
back page,
Marston Rec-
Zero.
on the, all the way to the right column. So it says 40,000 for the ambulance, SRF, and below that 68,000 Marston rec revolving.
It was on in
It was on
November.
previously?
It was on
Yeah.
68,000, yeah.
As,
Where they come up with 68?
as revenues?
Is rec revolving coming into the town as revenue now? Because that would make sense if they're moving a paid
Yeah.
position,
Yeah.
Well, right,
But
but they're not, that's not part of the plan.
but that was never part of the plan that we knew of.
These are the actuals, right? So we
No,
should-
that's a, it's,
No,
there's
it's
nothing in
estimated.
actuals.
Estimated.
It's all
Oh, okay.
estimated.
Oh,
So
it
if they
looks
were
like
gonna
that was
add,
the
if
plan.
they were gonna add the budgeted position, it would make great sense to move rec revolving into this.
As the revenues, but that was.
But pull that out, yeah.
Agreed to, because I'd
No.
rather have the,
Fin district said no.
oh, no? No, oh, sorry, I thought that was
I didn't
what-
think that was the
Rec.
intention, that the rec revolving would be funding it, but in the budget.
That would make sense, but
Right, but that, I don't recall that being the conversation.
I'm asking Ellen.
Yeah, because I thought they, was it 202? They collected 202,000 and they paid out like 200, 220.
It was 222
Yeah.
and then 217 roughly.
Yeah, well, the cost to pay everybody, yeah.
It's almost.
I will say,
Like a $5,000 difference, so they,
It was more than that. It was more than 5?
Yeah, it was only 5. It was close.
it was pretty close based on those numbers.
Right.
I want to say it was 222,
217.
You're right, yeah.
217.
All right, I have it somewhere on my sheets.
We want to know it's somewhere in the stack of paper.
I
I
will,
wrote it down.
I also know, just looking at these, similar to, I think the school saw this year, there's high interest on deposits. They'd only estimated 31,000 and received 113,280. So they did up that for estimated, not as high as that, but they estimated 90,000. But just looking at what the actuals were higher than estimated. I think generally we see some of those
You can explain to me.
extras.
Are you gonna explain that to me? So we're wondering what the 68,000, I know you said it's due to Bridget's salary.
Salary and benefits probably.
But it doesn't have it in 2023, it's only for 2024.
Because there's, yeah, is there, yeah.
Okay.
That was made clear to the committee that it would be
No.
in the budget, but still funded by rec revolving. Okay,
Yeah, I guess that's the question is that it's in the budget still as an expense, an appropriation, but we're still gonna take money out of rec revolving to fund it?
oh, then that's, I think that's what was asked.
My understanding was that the women in rec would
So,
But you're gonna offset it with
rather
revenue?
have the
Okay.
security of the.
Right.
are
and
they
that-
gonna do that every
that's in
year?
the-
Thank you.
That's stupid.
Well, no, actually.
She said it was a request for clarity on what's going on with that position and the funding from rec revolving. So it's not like there was a request from somebody.
Okay, that makes,
Okay.
I'm fine with
No,
that.
that's-
If
yep.
that's the intent, if we're gonna still fund that at rec revolving, I won't make a motion to put it.
It's just gonna
Well,
be,
that's what-
but it's also gonna, you know,
Well,
the
might have
the
to
revenue
make a
is coming
motion,
in,
it's
but the
gonna be
expense is
in
going
there.
out of the budget.
What?
Well, no, I'm gonna put the revenue too. so we're gonna
No, the
pull out
revenues are showing,
Oh.
it's, they put the revenues in to offset it. So if it's removed from the
So
budget,
how
those
is
revenues
that
would not be coming in.
documented? How is that documented that that's going to
The money from rec revolving, well, the DOS has to sign off on it.
is this gonna be like an every year?
That's the
Yeah, I
hope.
think it was a
Gonna have to
compromise.
be.
Yeah.
We I mean,
Unless at some point in the future they decide to show less in the revenues,
So-
and then keep that in the budget line.
That's, and that
So
that
for
would be a
ex-
concern, yeah.
for example.
But that would just be something we gotta look at.
We had the pandemic hit and rec shut down. You've got, salaried employees that if your budget can't pay them, you get rid of them and then you potentially need them in 3 or 4 months. If you have money in rec revolving, you can use that. So, but if you don't have money in rec revolving, it would come out of the budget. So that's why we wanted to have it in the budget so that the employees and staff felt, okay, your position's funded. As long as we can and there's money in the rec revolving and the programs are going, we'll try to fund that through revenue. But if it comes to a point where something happens, at least that person feels that, okay, my position's still covered because it's in the budget.
That's why I thought it was safer actually for it to be in rec revolving.
But again,
Right.
No, that's
again,
not
if
how
you
it's
talk to
safer.
them, they don't feel that safe at all.
No, that's.
They might not feel that way, but that's,
Right.
But again, yeah.
And the
I don't
recycling
think
people didn't feel when they took their benefits from them, and they're the only department that didn't have healthcare benefits because they moved all the part-time. And you have no problem filling those positions when you had the benefits there. How do those guys feel? Speaks for those people.
All right, so just so I can understand, so I can recap the rec. So rec revolving, 68,000, cover the position that's coming out of the budget. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, you said if something were to happen and the revolving fund were to dip too low, they would be able to draw from the regular budget. So this isn't like
It just wouldn't be
Committed.
offset
wouldn't be offset by it, but it is guaranteed from the proposed
from the
budget.
budget, correct,
This year, or for 2024, it's offset,
correct,
but there's no guarantee in 2025 that it would be,
well,
correct.
now falls under the tax cap, where before it didn't.
right?
That's one of the reasons I thought it was safer before.
Right.
Didn't fall
There's
under
another
tax.
pandemic.
But, or, it's again, something stops and, something happens and they can't run aftercare for a bit or something, or one summer they can't have summer camp.
Or- or
The
select
facility
board can
closes
decide they don't
down or
need it
something,
anymore.
you know?
You have to, don't forget that most people here took a 25% pay cut. I know I didn't, and most of my neighbors did, right? No one here in the town or the school took a 25% pay cut when COVID hit. No one remembers that, do they?
Yeah, aren't you just basically saying if there's nothing for them to do, we're
I
just gonna
didn't.
keep paying them?
No, what I'm saying is if for some reason something happens to programming,
Raytheon did it, Fidelity
And-
did it.
Well,
all my neighbors.
For a
if something
short
happens to
time.
programming,
Because it was
right,
we don't
and
need the
then,
position
well,
to do it.
and that would be discussed as the employers of that person, which is the town, who currently employs them
I know, but
anyway.
I'm just trying to show the other side of the
Right.
tax.
So, so then that's the discussion of the town, if they need that employee or not, right? But
I
not,
want them to feel like it's a
Right.
commission position. Because they're an employee.
do we treat the employees
Town employees.
appropriately?
They're not commission, they're not 1099 commission employees. We do have some, I think, that are paid out of rec revolving for like summer programs and stuff like that.
Well, we can go to
I can't tell somebody how to feel, Tom.
All right,
a vote on this?
so are we accepting the revenues?
Are
or
we
what?
voting on, we're voting on the revenues?
And if that's the point, and it's documented that that's gonna be the way it's paid.
I'm okay with that too. My only question is counting one-time.
Right, so the only piece that I'm still concerned with is the recycling. We overestimate the recycling.
Because we don't really get credit.
Less and less for.
But we don't have that information in
understanding.
front of us to
Right.
make a,
The
choose
only-
a number.
Right, the only information we have is that last year in that area, we estimated 115,000. We put in 102.6. And that included a pretty decent
So,
So we only dropped it to 100,000. Which is a little bit under the 2013 average. Should we be dropping that another 10,000 maybe?
right, but if they said newsletter advertising is going up, if that's, I mean, I don't know if there was other,
Motor vehicle,
assume there's a calculation that goes into, some of these estimates.
Right,
We don't have that information in front of us
Right.
to
but I'm
choose a
just
new
talking about
number.
that area.
No, I realize
Did we get
Right.
anything from Ellen?
So we don't have that information in
We'd
front
just
of
be
us.
really
And
guessing.
so we would be guessing at a number, which would then, again, impact the revenues.
I'm gonna look right now, see if
About
then
what?
Impact
About
the
the
tax
recycling
cap.
number.
That was one of the things we.
Higher
we
budget
asked
number.
about.
For guests.
Right, I know.
Tonight we had the town budget.
No,
John,
I
but I-
understand.
List of things we wanted clarified, and one was how did we arrive at a 16%?
I know, I don't know how to pick a
Changing.
How
number.
did we,
Well,
how did we factor that in? What was the one-time donation? How
I know, that's not
are
a
we comfortable with this? Check on that.
bad thing. I just wish we had more
I
information.
think I also asked for the cycle sales.
Yeah.
I got those so short.
I would say also that the information that's available shows that we are under budgeting on a lot of other items. Interest, we're 12,000 under, actuals from last year. Motor vehicle permits, we're 16,000 under from actuals last year. Building permits, we're 5,000 under from actuals last year. Licenses and permits were about 600 under from last year, so I would say that there is some wiggle built into this number. I don't think it is that tight. And without the information in front of us, I think we need to default to the expert who put it together.
This is an email from Ellen. This was in all that material from last Thursday. We asked about the 16% increase. Where's the extra anticipated revenue coming from, I asked. Says the percentage calculated was comparing the estimated revenue to the year-to-date actual revenue as of 11/5. This item is less than the 2023 estimate, which we know. I updated the spreadsheet to include last year's estimates for more clarity. Sounds like Ellen thinks it's a reasonable.
Second by Ellen Frangray.
discussing?
Which
Revenue
revenue
as-
were you?
The revenue, do
your
you want me to
bottom
read the number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the estimated revenue number of $2,567,970. Is that the right?
All in,
Discussion on that, I'm gonna vote no, because I think it should have a slight reduction. I don't think we should count it for one-time donations.
Which number?
Other than that, I think it's
Sure, we're
fine.
using.
What are you trying to say?
Oh,
You're
are we
proposing to
counting,
reduce
we're
it by
not counting
10?
that one-time donation in here, are we?
I'm just saying, I'm voting not to approve it, because I think it should be slightly.
motion?
But we haven't voted on it yet.
Which line were you,
we'd have to vote no,
concerned about?
make a new motion. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have the new one from today?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would go with, I think I would rather be conservative. So I guess we can take a vote, and then if it doesn't pass, then we'll make another. So,
Run.
motion on the table was to accept it as such with the number $1,067,970. All in favor of accepting it as is? 1, 2, 5. Yes, 6 against.
Well, we have to vote.
You gotta vote nay, because somebody can abstain.
Sorry, rookie here, rookie chair guy, and all opposed to the motion.
Seriously, John? You're gonna abstain to a tie vote?
Fine, because it's tie,
drops for you.
because it's tie, I will vote no. But my original intention was to abstain, because it's like, some are high, some are low.
Okay, so the motion fails, so we'll need a new motion on the table.
What do we think of?
What do you think of
5,000
John?
off for that number? I mean, I'm assuming if it was $11,000, I have to imagine the donation was something like
I
8,000.
think we should take 10 off of that.
10 would be a nice safe number, and
I
then we
think-
know the revenues would be
Right, 'cause it-
conservative.
What the donation was?
Certainly
we
can.
know it was less than 1645.
They might not remember.
No,
But it's not,
it's in the, it's not in PD miscellaneous.
Yeah, it's in the one
yeah, it's
above.
in PD.
No,
No,
it's in PD permit and
PD
other.
permit and other revenue.
It's part of that, it's part of that 11,020.
Still in there. Okay.
I don't know how much it is.
So it is still in there.
Still in there. I thought it
Still
had
in
been.
Okay, I thought it was in PD miscellaneous.
I did
No,
too.
Permit
That
and
would be a
other.
lot of permits.
No, I think they just added and other.
Chief, do you remember how much the big one-time donation was?
No, there's other donations that come in.
Yeah. See,
I think if you,
well, she said it was a few $1,000 and a couple $1,000. Right. That's why I'm thinking if it's 11, I assume it might be 3 normally.
that's gotta be honest,
That's why I
though,
said 8 maybe, or
I think
5.
you're parsing things here, though, because like to Owen's point, if you look at all of the items, like even cable franchise fees, and I guess I wish Alan was here, maybe, I mean, that's $40,000. It was $53,000 last year, it was $52,000 a year. That's, she underestimated on that one, I believe, so.
So let's look at them all.
Yeah, but when you look at the total,
Look
my
at them all.
point is that the bottom line number, you look at the individual revenue numbers and try to figure out what they're gonna be for this
It's
year.
only
Conservative.
Yeah, but this income from department line, this was,
Line they contain.
that one-time thing was lumped in there. And that's not appropriate. You don't lump one-time things in the projection.
But you don't know that's what they use to project that.
I'll
That's the
donate
thing,
to-
because it's
I'll
a total
donate-
number.
I'll-
that
I might get a donation.
I'll guarantee I'll donate whatever was last year, okay? So we can just
Right,
move
so
on from
I
this.
might just donate.
We'll have a bake sale.
Yeah.
That'd be easier, Doc.
Because
That might be like 8
It would
grand.
be.
I'll do it. It's worth me getting
Me
out of here
too.
before
I'll-
2
All
o'clock in
right,
the
Tim
morning.
is committed to an $8,000 donation.
Got it. I just want a free pistol.
I'll match Tim's donation,
If you'll
Craig.
if you'll
We're
actually
talking
make
about a fraction of a percent here.
Yeah.
you'll match an $8,000 donation?
No, he'll match my 4, which brings it up to 8.
All right, if you guys are gonna make $4,000 donations each, I will
Chief, I'm good
re-vote
for
to
it.
approve this as
I will raise the money.
Okay, so a new motion to approve the revenues as such by Thomas McCavich. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Charlotte Fife. All in favor, including the donations.
It's gonna Venmo you?
mystery solved. Aren't you glad you came?
I am so glad I came.
All right, we got revenues out of it.
Revenues.
I still abstain.
So passed by
I'm
10,
gonna throw a pencil at
10
you.
for,
You beat this shit out.
0 against, and 1 abstained. Okay, thank you. Revenues.
I don't,
John still
I
abstained.
don't make a mockery of this.
Okay, default budget. This one should be quick. We
No,
just,
we don't
have to do
anything
anything?
with it.
I just, do I have to
We
read
have
the
to
number?
update the number.
Number
No,
changed.
it's not.
It
okay.
changed from what was done in public hearing?
You didn't have it in public.
We didn't have it, we had an old
We
version.
had an old version, so this is the updated.
Oh, 'cause
And-
it's actually, right.
We checked and it seemed that we can just
So I'm
update the
just gonna
number.
read the end number,
This is,
MS ETB, default budget, municipality. Total operating budget appropriations, 2024. The default budget is $4,848,607. Do we accept that, or do we just,
We just needed to update it, there's no vote required.
that is the updated default budget number?
Because we can't, that's what it is. There's
It is
no
what it is.
accepting or not
We just-
accepting.
We just needed to note the amended number.
Well, we have to sign it, or is the select board
The
sign it?
selectmen sign that.
All right, well, that's out of the way.
it's in the warrant though, listed in Article 2.
Right, it's in the- right.
Okay, so we did the default, everybody's good with the tax cap calculation sheet, number 6. Next on the agenda is adjustments and recommendations of the town proposed budget. You want to work off MS 737, or do you want to work off of the ones that we're used to seeing, the Excel sheets?
Like our regular sheets.
Like the Excel sheet too.
So nothing has changed on that since the last, the bottom line number is the same since
Okay.
the last meeting you had.
So, by having that switch over to pulling from the unassigned fund balance at 150,000, that brings the budget underneath the 4%, is what we've been presented with. So now we have been presented,
Could you start over?
so the new number presented from the Budget Committee in their working meeting, which I want to say was like yesterday morning, where they adjusted one of the warrants to the unassigned fund balance, brings the new total to under the tax cap. So the total as previously proposed, with that change in the $150,000 warrant article to unassigned fund balance, so having a $0 impact on taxpayers for this year, brings the total cap number to $6,135,822, I believe, based on that previous number, which brings them to 19,710, I believe, if my math was right, and I was doing this on my own spreadsheet today, underneath the tax cap. All the warrants taken into account?
That's what the tax cap calculation sheet said.
That
Yeah.
pos-
So. Right.
Right,
Estimated taxes to raise are 3,587,560, and the cap is 562.
$2. get a broken, anyway. But my point, and the point I wanted to make when I started this whole diatribe before I used the wrong numbers in a broken spreadsheet, is that we've gone over this budget line item by line item. I can't count how many times in this meeting. I think we've thrown a ton of different items back to the Board of Selectmen. I think that they have come back to us with a budget underneath the 4% tax cap. I think they have tried to squeeze blood from a stone. I went through and tried to do my own to see how much money I could possibly come up with by nickel and diming every single department to the best of my abilities, which means I went through and I cut electric usages down because I think anticipated electric bills should be slightly lower this year. This is my own personal belief. I cut down on fuel, I cut down on office supplies, I cut down on basically every material item that was available in every single section, and I came up with a little under 50,000 by trying to borderline hamstring every single department on materials. So that exercise told me that I think that they have done just about everything they can with the cost of living adjustments that were given out last year to get this number down to the 4%. So I am in favor of this budget as presented because I think they took all of our recommendations and suggestions to the best of their ability, funded them through inventive and creative ways, such as revenue from the rec revolving fund, and got to a number that we can present and work with. And I really think that we would be hampering ourselves to try to do any other significant reductions or cuts. What I was looking for was trying to find out ways to get money back into the shim and overlay line item. I think that one's under, but because the warrants are already set and there's already the 500, I don't think it's worth, I literally did minor reductions to every single department except for elections and, I think that might have been it. And then the untouchables, you know, the ones that are just based on calculations. So I genuinely believe that this, what was presented, is a very good, very responsible budget. I wanted to say that before I lose my voice, because I'm getting close.
In general, I kind of agree. I think there's a few things that there might be a little housekeeping here. A few items that we want to discuss. Just looking at the tax cap and reducing the lines or increasing the lines.
So, one thing, so, I mean, I agree that we have, the budget meets, I believe the budget meets the RSA requirements of the tax cap. I want to keep in mind, the 4% tax cap, actually, what voters are actually going to see with the budgets that's been recommended is a 10.4% tax increase. Meets the tax cap because we're adding back 200,000 into what can be spent based on what was funded to the unassigned fund balance. So, yeah, we meet the RSA requirements, but taxes aren't going up at 4%. Taxes are going up 10.4%. Yeah, I mean, the math is the math, that's what I calculated.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that's
We
not
meet,
the
we
math.
meet the, yeah, yes, it is.
Are we including the school in that?
That's not including the school, we're looking at the town budget. The tax impact from the town budget to taxpayers, including the warrant articles, based on the selectmen's recommended budget, is 10.4% increase in taxes. It meets the RSA tax cap because, you know, we're following the RSA, but it's because that 200,000 is a very significant portion of the percentage of the taxes. Keep in mind,
That the town already agreed to spend in the past.
but yeah, that was voted on by the voters.
Mhm.
So I'm not disagreeing that we don't meet the RSA, but just to be very clear, taxes, impact to the taxpayers, is usually a 10.4% tax increase for the town portion of the budget. That's the
Right, and we are pulling out $150,000
That's not-
to meet the tax cap, right?
Correct.
Through unassigned funds, which would, whatever you want to call it. And the taxpayers only have so much too, they might call it an emergency fund. I mean,
It's,
Pay their
you gotta keep
taxes.
in mind, the 150,000 is, it's reducing the amount of taxes we have to raise this year, but when we calculate the tax cap calculation worksheet next year, it gets added back in. So you save 150 next year, but this town still has 150,000 times 1.04 to spend next year, so you're still, it's like a ratcheting effect. You add that, it reduces taxes this year, and it increases what we can spend this year. Well, it's all, it's a ratchet effect.
If the town-
Really, the town gets to vote on it, but it is, keep in mind, like the 4% tax cap now, we're increasing taxes by 10.4%. So just keep in mind, by doing this accounting trick legally and above board, I'm not disagreeing, we are increasing taxes by 10.4% versus the 4% tax cap. I just want everyone to be aware of that, that's all.
Yeah, so how about moving forward then, if you have a amendment or a suggestion, maybe you could state the line, try and keep it as brief as possible, what you'd like to do, why. We'll let one person talk at a time. If anybody would like to argue the counterpoint, or not, maybe not argue, if anybody would like to present counterpoint, you can do that, and then you'll get, whoever started the discussion, you can have the last word, and then we'll vote, and we'll move on. So try and skip through them, so.
I would like to start by addressing line 23 newsletter.
Yep.
So that, last year we had 7,700, and then we have reduced that by 3,700 to 4,000. So there's been some wonderful yellow journalism going around. It's entitled, "Was Ending the Community Newsletters Funding Legal?" And it says that, the Board of Selectmen and the Budget Committee decided to defund the newsletter. And later it says that, we should have put a warrant article in if we wish to discontinue the newsletter. I just want to note for everybody, we're not discontinuing the newsletter. The newsletter will continue.
You didn't read my rebuttals on Facebook or on the blog?
We addressed it as a Board of Selectmen.
I
too.
did, yeah, I did a rebuttal
rewrote it.
saying that in fact, the select board and the budget committee were very supportive and wanted to continue, but we were examining ways to try to decrease the cost. We're getting a lot of pushback, including volunteers, who are very unhappy about that.
There's a lot of misinformation going around.
Oh, that
The
was
original
just
warrant
like-
article,
Yeah.
the original warrant article was to appropriate $3,000 for the newsletter. And I just want to note that we're reducing the budget
Well, that was 20
20
years.
years ago, right. But we still have more money in here in the budget after we reduced it than that $3,000. We've only reduced it to $4,000. So.
And it is offset somewhat by advertising. I mean, they do have a fairly good argument in that we had discussed, doing all online, but then allowing people to ask if they wanted to have it mailed to them, so that would reduce it. But then I found out that that would go from a bulk rate of 19 cents per newsletter to 47 cents per individual.
19 cents per bulk.
Okay.
Right.
19.6, so really
Right,
20,
right,
okay?
okay, 20 cents.
Yeah, but it's 47 cents to individually label, and it seems like there are an awful lot of people who still want the print, and not to mention the cost of labels and printing them and managing.
Sure, I don't think that the demand for the printed copy is quite as high as you think.
Well, it's not me,
Yeah,
Tom.
right. Well, let me explain. So, in here, in this piece, it says he's urging people to immediately voice their complaints to the Board of Selectmen and Budget Committee. To my knowledge, we've received 2 letters saying that people want to do that.
Oh, I've gotten plenty.
This readership is supposedly in the 800s, and I know there was Facebook posts about this. So we've received 2 complaints that people want to have paper copies continued. And actually, I think those were people that were misled into thinking that it was entirely being
Right.
discontinued. They were not under.
It was misinformation, totally,
Exactly.
yeah.
And then also I went and I looked up, this is a statistics, this was a study on National Neighborhood Data Archive, internet access by census tract and zip code tabulation by the University of Michigan Social Research Institute. They estimate that our town, there's about 5% of people with no internet access, and that's because there's 4.6% of people with no computer. Those even seem higher.
Yeah, I don't think that was an argument, and I'm playing devil's advocate here. This is not me speaking, or I'm speaking for what went on at the meeting after this misinformation came out, is that people still want the paper, that advertisers won't be as willing to advertise if it's online. For instance, like the coupons that Liars puts in all the time.
Right,
if
so
you're aware of
those
that
revenue
sort of
shouldn't have
thing.
increased then on the revenue sheet then. If we feel the advertising's gonna go down, increase the revenues.
But that's someone's
Right.
sentiment that the
So those
advertising would
revenues,
go down.
right,
So
and
the
those
revenues-
advertising revenues are 2,638, and we're reducing it by 3,700. So even if all of those revenues disappeared, which they're not, we would still be, save your money in this sense. And also, if people prefer to read it on paper, they can still print out a copy right off the website, and they'll be able to have it in full copy.
And I think
Tom,
when we had
I-
the discussion, we, of course, they can do whatever they want with the volunteers, but we suggested they should still print a limited number of copies that would be
Yeah.
available at town hall, which is, I think,
Or
still a good
library or
option.
something.
Well, I've made those suggestions, and people feel differently, the majority, and so they can speak up at deliberative session if they'd like to.
And they can donate too. if they
But I
like
just,
to
I just
donate.
wanted to clear up the misinformation going around about it being discontinued totally, that's
Well,
not the
I
case.
think we've done that, I don't know how many people are watching tonight, but I think Owen and I have done that pretty effectively.
I think we tried, I'm
We
not sure how
tried. Well,
effective it
yeah,
was. I
whoever-
sent an email
on social media.
to somebody I thought was a personal email to try to explain something I thought he was misunderstanding, and then he just went and published it without. So I didn't find that article to be in any way accurate or reflective when people tried to correct him on the misinformation, so. I
Exactly.
thought that
I
that was a
didn't
little
speak-
disheartening, so I appreciate you bringing that up.
I didn't speak to him, and, yeah, so I was a little discouraged and dismayed, too, because it really got people up in arms. So if you saw my reply, is that no matter what, you'll get your March 1st issue.
Yes.
Oh,
in
yeah,
your-
he reprinted it in another book.
Yep, great, okay. Anyway,
All right, but thank you, Tom.
I think that's inappropriate. I think we discussed it.
yeah,
Then,
we're done.
are we done with that subject?
We're done.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so, on line, just minor housekeeping here, line 109 and 110, I think that we agreed that we should just merge line 110 into 109, so it would just be planning board, office supply, and equipment. Everybody okay with that one? Do we vote on it?
No, that would just be a,
We only really vote on the bottom line, right?
we only vote on the bottom line.
We only actually vote on bottom line,
But this
right?
is our budget, we control it. and-
Right.
I am agreeing we control it, but just,
We don't
that's,
control that part.
that is
That's
a
accounting.
mechanical issue.
Just to
or,
clarify,
I
because
don't
it's
think we
my
need
You
to
can make a
vote.
time on the
suggestion.
budget committee, what do you mean we only vote on the bottom line?
Ultimately.
The numbers that really matter, so if you look at this MS 737,
Yeah.
so in here, there are, these are the lines that matter.
It's the subtotals.
It's like functions.
Yeah, like
That's
the
what matters
spreadsheet.
for that, but doesn't, if we change a line in this budget, not saying this will merge things, but if we change a line in the budget, that guides the town's spending. I mean, that's what we did when we moved the different general assistance things into one miscellaneous category. We
But there's
did
no-
that to
Right,
guide
right, but
There's no
us-
funding in that line that you're
Yeah.
talking about.
I mean, us doing that now doesn't really.
But they could still track it however they want, as long as that bottom line is still met.
You can't really, I don't know how you can, I think you have to wait until the $1 on PB equipment continues to zero.
I know there's
Before you
no
can
way
merge
on its
them.
own.
Well, no,
Page
so
of-
the $1 is actually a placeholder and would keep the line.
Right, no, but
So,
Sorry, yeah.
so it would have to be a zero
Zero.
if you'd like to get rid of the line. So that would just be the accounting on that, if they feel like PB equipment is something that is gonna be purchased, or if it would be merged into office supplies,
see
which
what
I don't know what their equipment is, if there's like significant si- purchases every 5 years that they have to keep the line, I don't know. I don't have enough.
I don't remember there ever being anything in there. I would just like to shorten this document for future people and not have to.
So that would maybe be just a note to Ellen.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Note-
Exactly.
Note to Ellen.
One thing we might look at is 151 new fire station heat. It was, last year it was budgeted for about $9,000 and then they spent $13,000. They said that that was due to a new boiler, and I guess that the implication there is that the old boiler was running inefficiently and so it was burning too much. And the new proposed budget number is $12,000, and they said that, well, with that new boiler, we should be expecting it to run more efficiently. So if we want to trim it a little bit off, that might be a place where we could do it. 151.
What would- how much would
What's
you
your
suggest?
proposal?
I don't know, I'm bringing it up for discussion.
I thought we were proposing things,
I'm
sorry.
going,
Yeah,
I'm
make
going
a-
through my
We gotta-
notes.
Proposals.
Pull the trigger, what number do you want to put on
Yeah.
that?
I don't know, let's make it $10,000. I move that we change line 151 new fire station heat from $12,000 to $10,000.
Trying to move those funds to another line.
I'm just doing that for now.
You can't increase anything,
Okay.
Why not?
because you already had the
Right,
public
but-
hearing. You can't,
Well, we can increase it if we decrease something else, but the bottom line's the bottom line. So
Yeah,
we
okay,
can
you
move
can't
the
increase.
Subcategories.
So we cut the bottom line, we can't increase the bottom line.
right.
So motion by Thomas Bekavich, seconded by Brent Tweed to change 151 from 12,000 to 10,000. Is there any discussion on this?
Keeping in mind that is currently the 12,000 is a 40% increase. Right, so.
I worry about that because the cost of fuel is so darn high.
But I think that they said that they.
It's a
they installed
40%
heat pumps and
increase.
stuff, so they should be less dependent on fuel.
It's a 40% increase over the budget last year,
Yeah.
not what's been spent this year.
Right, but they.
Still a
said that they
reduction of
burned-
what's been
Well,
spent
they
this
said
year.
that they burned all that fuel because they had a bad inefficient boiler, which has
Yeah.
now been replaced by something more efficient. And also, I think they said that they had heat pumps, which is going to be burning money out of the electric line, which is why the electric line has gone up 207%. Right?
I get
Oh,
what
I
you're
see
saying,
what you're
Tom.
saying.
I'm a little bit worried about that, though, with more staffing.
But we're seeing the more staffing effects in.
Right, that's the
Yeah, but it was
13,000 and they're
only
budgeting
part- It was
less.
only part of the year.
That was
That's part of the 13,000, but the inefficient boiler that was so bad it had to be replaced. That I asked, I said, why is this number so high? And they said, well, we got a new boiler. And I said, well, shouldn't it be more efficient? And they said, it will be, and so maybe that's something to be used in the future. But the reason this is high, supposedly, is because the boiler was burning poorly and inefficient. So they
And when was that switched out? Did we
I don't know, sometime during the year.
I believe it was, I think it was in May. Don't quote me, but it was definitely before the fall.
And that was still 13,000.
Yeah. But again, you
I
know.
would be
But
not
that's
in
your
favor of
brunt-
decreasing
your
that much.
brunt of
I'd
your
be nervous
heating
about doing
You
that.
want
is
to shoot?
January, February, March.
Keeping in mind that they switched the heat pumps for some parts of the building, parts I think got a heat pump, and so that's why we're seeing the electric go from 1,500 to 4,000.
Yeah, the electric.
So some of the heating is gonna be coming from electric.
Electric, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So you want to take 10?
No, I wanna take 2,000.
Oh, 2,000, I was gonna say, I would never take 10.
Oh,
It's
two-tip.
it's a modest reduction.
I could probably support 1,000.
Sure.
Okay, I don't mind.
You
two.
made the
I'm-
motion in a second.
We have to vote on the motion, we can't,
Right, but we're having discussion.
yes.
I still, I could go for it
I'd
next
support
year.
1,000. I'd support 1,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom, I thought you
You're
said,
an HVAC guy. Does what I say sound reasonable in terms of like efficiencies and
Yes, it
heating
does.
loads? Yeah.
Okay, so the first motion we need to vote on is changing that 12,000 to 10,000. If you're in favor of,
Unless somebody wants to amend it.
unless someone wants to amend it. There's no amendment. Okay, so to vote to change that to 10,000. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to 7.
Everybody else has to vote nay, because
Oh,
John's gonna
Not in
abstain
favor?
again.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so the first motion failed. Does anyone like to make another
I
motion?
move to reduce it to 11,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Brent Tweed moved to change it to 11,000, seconded by Thomas Bekavich. All in favor, oh, discussion? All in favor of changing it to 11,000? 5, 6. All opposed? 4, 5. So motion passes, line 151, changed to 11,000. 6 votes to 5. Anything else on these pages up to 171?
what about line 147?
Is that Bob?
Correct, Morrison Electric. Is that for the sprinklers?
Oh, second line, 147, 149.
149. Second 147.
Right.
Still not fixed.
Oh.
What do you think,
No,
Bob?
it's
What's
what-
your idea?
Well, I mean, basically, it's not a community well yet, right? It's been a year. So it's basically running the sprinklers. So right now, we spent $65,000 for a sprinkler system, not yet well, 37,000 for a paved parking lot, right? Now we're spending, increasing this, what, 1750 for electric, to what, what's electric bill, running the sprinklers?
I think it heats, I think it heats
For the
that building, the well building.
So it doesn't freeze, break again?
And I will,
More money?
I mean, the teams are gonna be using that this year. So you're gonna see an increase in electricity because, you know, pitching machines and everything else that they use for equipment for the softball, baseball programs. So there'll be people over there pretty much starting in March.
Oh, is there electric outlets over there by the dugouts or
They're gonna be
something?
running extension cords and running it like, you know where the utility field is? That's what they'll be using for kind of the practice field.
Motion to reduce it, or?
Like I said, I think you can, there was already an increase in use because of flag football this past fall. I mean, that place was packed every Saturday with the increase in registration for flag football. So now that softball and baseball will be over there pretty much.
What power
again.
were they using though? Are there lights or something? For flag football, what power, that's what I don't.
No, I'm just saying usage in general, and so then, again, there's outlets over there, and I know they're gonna probably going to add a shed and possibly, you know, run a line for power for the shed to have light, so, it's the hope.
Oh, I was gonna try to keep it the same, what it was.
Got a motion, I'll second it.
Yep, I'll make a motion,
Even at flat.
flat.
At 1680,
At the
1560.
actual or the previous budget?
previous budget.
Because the actuals was 1680
wanna
above the
go to
previous budget, so you're
1560?
overspending because you're still gonna put electricity on that space, so just so you know. They'll still have to pay the electric bill and overspend on the line, so you can reduce it, but go ahead.
Or offset it with donations or fund.
Bob, what are you
Electric
amending it
bill?
to?
Well,
I'm not sure that
Say
the
100.
donations would be accepted to pay.
Yeah,
the
let's say
electric.
100.
$100?
You don't have to vote to accept it if it's under 10 grand, right?
So what number are you proposing? Sorry, I still don't know which one we're working off of.
Line 1.
Make it 1650,
1650 is your proposal?
yep.
That's still less than, that's less
So
than.
less than this year's, but.
Well, it depends on how
So-
often you use this, run the
So there's a
sprinklers.
motion by Bob Kelly to change the line to 1650 total, correct? Line 147?
line 147, which is actually 149. Correct,
149,
Marston
right.
Electric, okay. Any more discussion? All in favor of changing line 147/149 to 1650? All in favor? 5, 6. All opposed? 3, 4, 5. So motion passes 6-5. Minus 100.
I don't see it reflect, 197. I don't see the change reflected here. We had the change in the revenue line. So I think that we also want this line 197, I currently use TV fiscal permit, OS Rev, is that OS Rev? Is that,
Offset revenue.
With,
That's
Okay,
why it's
so-
zero.
there was no expense in that.
Just the recording.
we don't want to put like this on this, and this on there? Okay. Well, John, I think it's something you said maybe we should combine that with the miscellaneous, with that like discretionary.
No, that one is actually in the budget.
That's a
That's
spend.
350.
But aren't these both lines essentially where you can kind of miscellaneous things like
No, one is a revenue, it's an acceptance. The other one is a part of the budget that can be
that? No,
spent.
sorry, when I said two, I meant 196.
Yeah,
In theory, but the idea is that zero out that offset revenue.
we're not adding it into the expenditures line. just tracking for revenue.
In that total number, but
The note I had here was just renaming from fiscal permanent OF red to discretionary.
That's
That's
something
what
we
it
can,
is, right? It's
yeah,
discretionary.
and we
like,
can just
Spend it
ask-
on what they feel best.
we can just ask
Talk to Alan
Ellen to
about
change it in the Excel spreadsheet.
That's all,
not a
that's all I'm
problem.
saying. 'Cause this is one line that always trips us up every year.
Gotcha.
Anything else up to 205? Line number 264, 263, six, quite a few. Anything else up to 245?
No, the 240, 246 to 257, I think almost all that could just be collapsed. Or somehow collapse some of these. and this is a
I believe we
lot.
asked Fawn this question when we were talking to her about it, and she said if she ever does need to actually use the emergency operations center, large emergency operations, she'll need all those. So I believe she asked us to not eliminate them, so that she could have them if she needed them.
Okay.
Said that right?
Yeah, you did. I mean, it would make
Cool.
it more transparent. I don't, if you ever have to use those, you literally have to use it for what it says.
Yeah.
I understand there's a lot of lines that you hate.
No, it's just that there's a whole bunch of lines here that all say $1, and they've always been $1. I'm trying to make this document,
Makes
instead of
sense that
40
if you-
pages, like 35.
I like what the school did by putting them as,
Like postage and, postage and printing.
Yeah,
It could be
dollars
postage
doesn't-
/ printing. You know. Training conferences, that could be training conferences and views. I don't know. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Just trying to clean this up. Did we have things highlighted? Mike?
Did, yeah, so 263, hired plowing. I believe we suggested to remove 2,250. and I
Yeah, we
don't-
said 35,000, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't think the BOS did that. Is that something that we'd like to go? So 263, we suggested removing 2,250. The BOS decided not to.
So I did miss this one because I was sick last time too. God damn it. I've had everything this winter, unfortunately. I had the flu, I think, last time. But I know that highway especially is one of those ones that we hit pretty hard this year, and just about all of their stuff got cut. I would be hesitant to cut any more, and whoever remembered that I said we could cut 10K out of gravel, that was absolutely right, and thank you for remembering that, because actually when I watched it, that was perfectly accurate. But I would say we want to be careful to nickel and dime these items more than any others, because we've already pushed their bottom line down more than anybody else. So all I would say is my recommendation is I would hesitate to touch highway anymore if we, unless we absolutely have to.
And if you look,
just trying to focus on the things that we said.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just trying to say overall, I wouldn't adjust any of them. I guess I'm saying my personal opinion on all of those would be that.
and even that number, that 37,250 is much lower than we've spent in any of the previous 5 years.
I have a
5
question,
years.
Tim. How much wasn't covered
Shimcoat,
We on that
Thought it was
line item?
100,000.
that's not even in the budget.
or whatever it is? How much did
Highway
they
road.
cover for the, how much did they cover from the,
Maintenance projects, 280.
Well, that was a warrant article last year.
so we do encumber,
So the full $200,000 was spent from the budget, and then there was, don't quote me on the dollar amount, it was around $147,000 or $150,000 that was encumbered the end of last year to be used for this year. Or no, I'm sorry, that was that can be used for this year for road maintenance. And our goal, we just hired a new maintenance director, and is to get back on track because we are probably 2 to 3 years behind on our,
So that's the question, it's like, because we left 100,000 in the budget, 500 in the warrant article, plus the 100 and almost 150-ish. So that's what the, basically that amount that we encumbered is into this year that we
Right.
haven't been doing in the past. And if we're gonna do it, I'm all for it, but if we're not gonna do it, then cut it out of the budget.
the goal is to get it done. And
So,
again,
I mean, are we gonna get $750,000 done in,
we need to get, I mean, it's all contracted, so our goal is to have Steve get on this as soon as the spring comes and get people in line
but
to
is
get us
it-
caught up.
Is it possible?
Oh, yeah, pave
Yeah.
this one road and everybody's gone.
Yeah.
Like $1 million a mile, I thought.
750 in overlays, a
Yeah,
big company could do that in a week.
It's just a,
I'm
two.
sure of that, but is it possible to actually do it?
so if you consider what we spent last year and then increasing that, last year for over half the year, we didn't have a highway director in place and our staff, we were half-staffed for over the summertime. So we had nobody to run those projects, which is why we were so delayed last year. So this year, having a full-time person in the position, that's our goal, is to start getting caught up and update the plan.
Tim, we still paid 450 then last year, right? If we have 150
Correct.
roughly still in encumbrance, so without a highway director, we did 450, so I'm hoping this year with one, 750 should be easy.
Yeah. David's not cheap.
You gotta be paying $100.
I just hate when we don't do something, we've been doing 600,000 for whatever. Now all of a sudden we have 750, and if we're not gonna spend it, then let's not pay it forward.
No, I understand what you're saying, and the goal is to have it spent, because we're so far behind. And now that we have somebody in the position, the role is to get a plan, to get back on track with the plan.
I think that goes back to employees, and that seemed like that was the, the Board of Selectmen members have said that, retaining staff, that's why the, was a big driver in the budget, because those things can't happen if you don't retain staff, if you have such a high turnover. Things like this get lost because you don't have someone in, so you need to retain your staff, so you can, have programs like this in place and use it.
I also, just one more thing to add on, we had a highway advisory commission that we tried to put together in town with a couple of engineers I know, and when Chris Sterndale was here, and it never really came to fruition. We had one meeting, but I've talked to Ellen about it since. The new highway guy seems amenable to the idea, and I'm hoping that it's gonna start again, and I think having a few more people to encourage this and move it forward is going to help make sure it's actually gonna happen. So, just one extra sort of positive note, I guess, to the willingness to spend that $750,000 in asphalt's easy to do. And I think with having a few extra people that can help out who've done similar type work, I'm hoping that it would be very, very easy for the new guy to do this year. That seems like a very achievable goal. If we don't achieve it this year, then there's something very fundamentally wrong with the way we're going about it.
But usually that's contracted out though, you know what I mean? You-
100% contracted. We're not paving
So you're not
in-house.
even running it though.
No, that's the thing, you're not using your, I mean, you might be using a little bit of your
Right,
staff.
just, right.
Yeah, you put it out to bid and say you want to do 10,000 square yards and the estimate's going to come back at 800-something thousand, you only got 750, you sign it for less and you do less work. Really easy to spend all that money on asphalt. Big firms, big companies, they'll lay down 1,000 tons a day, $100,000.
So,
And as long as it gets spent, that's,
I want you to spend the money.
I'm trying.
Spend it, Tim.
I'm going out, I'm gonna go pave, I'm gonna go pave over the weekend.
Have at
if
it,
we're
man.
gonna raise and appropriate it. we
You're going to
gotta
see
spend
Tim
it.
and I, we've done the horse-drawn
Okay.
cart
Okay,
paving.
so back to, if I can draw us back,
So
so,
we've got it on record that you're going to go pave over the weekend, right?
Tim, you're doing a lot.
I've got a busy
Yeah,
weekend,
And the $4,000.
and the 4,000 to the PD.
yeah.
Don't forget that, fine, you can arrest him if he doesn't, I
Well, they're
guess.
gonna, I need to, I'm gonna get paid to pave, so I can pave with the pistol permits. Offsetting revenues.
Offsetting revenue.
All right, so we were on line 263, we suggested a cut of 2,250. Is there any support, do we want to make a motion, or do we want to move on? Moving on, okay. They did, we suggested 264, cut of 10,000, looks like the BOS did that. We suggested 266, equipment maintenance, cut of 5, looks like they did that. Culverts, 268, we suggested a cut of 2,000, looks like it did that. On line 270, we suggested a cut of 10 grand, looks like they brought down 5, 270. Sand and gravel.
It is. I'll
All
stay
right.
corrected. Honestly, I stay by what I said before. I think that line might come in a little under, but I think some of these lines are gonna come in a little over because we squeezed them hard. So I don't feel comfortable pushing that bottom dollar down anymore.
And just to support the BO, I mean, we're thinking, I mean, we've contracted, we're pulled back on the highway department, and we're hoping not kicking ourselves because we're fully staffed, and we've got a talented highway director on staff, so that we're feeling that, you know, by reducing the parts and equipment, which I know you haven't gotten to that part yet, is that some of these other pieces we're gonna need to spend on, because we're gonna have people to actually do the work that needs to be done.
Well, you have the workers do the work kind of.
Right.
Yep.
Hopefully, we're not undercutting them.
Okay, so we'll move on, we'll leave 270, we go with that. We suggested 274 fuel, cut of 10,000, looks like they did.
We tried.
Oh, you guys, this is not an easy thing. Anything else from us? I don't want to blow through. Our next suggestion was on 334, but is there anything else on this page? Up to 296? Okay.
So 301, animal control, are they gonna come in and shoot all the rats?
Oh, that was my idea. Dogs. There's a woman that I saw, she has dogs.
Oh, I hired her.
They just come in, and she said they get 150 rats in like an hour.
I hired her.
I told Ellen we could do a
And they can
fundraiser, we could have
funnel
people
in,
come and
too.
watch, and the
Oh,
kids
yeah.
can be here.
Oh, wicked fun. My kids had a blast.
I was
Let's shake them to
We
death.
could sell tickets and have revenue.
Sell tickets, revenue.
offsetting revenue. I was thinking.
Everybody loves it.
Getting late, isn't it?
Yes,
We're doing good.
okay.
Anything up to
Gotta sprinkle a joke in there.
up to 333?
307 to 312, we reduced all those to $1 and moved most of the money into miscellaneous. Do we just want to rename this section GA miscellaneous assistance?
No, because they gotta spend it.
They're gonna track it when they
We'll
spend
spend
it.
it where it comes from.
All right, fair enough.
Before, we had a lot of discussion on the rec salary. It seems like this year, the proposed budget rec is going to, from rec revolving, contribute to the revenue, to offset the cost.
So this $30,000, 37%, that's going to be made up for by an increase in revenue coming from the rec.
This was
Yeah,
68,000.
so that's
Pretty good
covering
deal.
all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, the benefits and salaries of the part-time and the full-time.
And that's the expectation.
Right.
And salaries,
So, can you explain that a little bit? So, so it's gonna be paid through rec revolving. If it's paid through rec revolving, why did it not show up in the budget last year and it's getting added into the budget this year?
So we want to have the staff being paid out of the budget, and so we want to have it listed in the budget as that's their salaries.
Okay.
So that they feel that we're budgeting for them to be here, and then so on the revenue side, you might have been in the restroom, we talked about this, is $68,000 in anticipated revenue from rec revolving to cover their salaries, benefits, everything associated with FICA and Social Security, to come in and offset that cost. But we want to have it budgeted and then offset by revenue.
So that 68,000 is in our revenue sheet that shows up now, whereas it never, wouldn't have shown up.
Yeah,
That's right, yeah.
Correct.
It was zero
Oh, since it
previously.
shows up in our revenue sheet, we can basically offset that by having it in this budget.
Right.
Having that in revenue, you don't have to appropriate this.
Right,
you're-
that's what you net,
It's being, I mean, you're appropriating it, but then it's being offset by the.
Offset by
the revenue. But we just want to, we
But
want.
if the revenue's in our anticipated revenue.
you don't raise,
Well, we still
you
appropriate.
don't raise the money. It's appropriated,
Yeah.
We appropriate it from revenue.
but it's less to be raised by taxation if there are
Offset by
revenues on it.
revenue.
That's the phrase I like.
Appropriation is an authorized spending.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
time on 339, park, field, mowing and maintenance.
Yeah,
We suggested a reduction of $10,000. Looks like BOS decided not to. Do we want to,
I'll entertain ideas on that one.
That was
So
for
again-
fertilizing,
That was like what?
overseeding, and signs.
What was that last, the year before last, it was like, what, 10,000 or 12,000 or something?
No, it
Went up a
was,
lot.
that was broken down. It was 15,000 to mow Foss's Field and Marston.
But so that's not just that, though, it's also for the beach. It's for around the playground.
Right.
It's,
We got the breakdown.
Right, but when we got the breakdown, it was something like
Mostly Mars.
2,000 for signs, 2,000 for miscellaneous. It was like 6,000 for fertilizer, like 2 for overseeding. That was the breakdown. So we
Yeah.
were looking to cut 10 from that, leave the mowing.
I can just tell you the amount of stuff we're getting for free over there right now, that Gary does for us, if we're paying for it.
Last year was 22,000.
That was the whole original plan, right?
Last
Have
year.
everything paid for out of donations.
That was the plan.
Right.
And now I think that's the only field in town that gets fertilized.
We can't fertilize here because it's so close to the,
Right, the school doesn't even fertilize their fields either. So,
but you've got, I mean,
I don't know if
you
you've
got
seen that
I mean,
They also installed irrigation and never turned it on.
Right.
The fields pay for it, but that's a different argument between the different organizations.
Yeah, that was-
Volunteered and put the irrigation
the
in. and they never
COVID
got
money
turned
was
on.
used for some of that.
No,
irrigating.
over at the school. There's irrigation at the backfield and it's not used.
Oh, yeah.
and it looks like hell.
And it's awful.
So, I mean, I guess in knowing that last year, I think it was pretty much the month of July, they weren't over there maybe once to mow because they couldn't because it was so wet. And then I mean, the other field, that was used for flag football 2 years ago, I mean, he couldn't even get over there. It was so thick. So, I think there was at least 3 to 4 weeks that were missed because of the weather.
My note on the breakdown, because I had asked about the breakdown between the park, field, the beach, and that type of stuff. This says Marsden 15K for something, 16K for something else. Town beach plus, I think this is town hall or whatever here, and that's 4,000. The bulk of this is Marsden. And I think the bulk of that is also new spending.
It gone up from 10 or 15 to 22.
It might have been 10 or 12.
Yeah. Well, I remember we had a discussion that, the money raised
Mowing, yeah.
by taxation was, in the best interest of the town to support as many people as possible. And that was one of the things for rec, because it supports so many people. I feel like Marston is a bit of a narrow focus group, so I'll make a motion then to reduce this line by $10,000.
I'll second.
So, motion by Mike Kelly, seconded by Jeff Morrison. Any more discussion on the
I
Marston
would just have
line?
my notes, well, their notes narrative was 15,000 for mowing Marston and Foss, seeding and fertilizing costs at Marston, 6,000. Signage for all outdoor facilities, 2,000. Emergency fund to fix vandalism, broken equipment, 2,000.
That's last year's notes.
That was last
Yeah,
year.
2023.
So those are last year's notes.
They're anticipating violent vandalism this year?
So if we do what you're
That's what I'm saying, I didn't think that needed to be 25,000.
Yeah, the
Right, still in the
signage
budget.
was,
Well, no, does it still say that for this year?
I think the note,
No,
Doesn't
that's
say
his note
anything.
from last year's budget.
Yes.
So those notes for signage and stuff are not necessarily
Right.
from this year's.
Right.
But the numbers I read, I got from Courtney.
Right, those are, no, that's what I'm saying, what he was reading is not the same as what you read.
And so from both of these numbers, I gathered that if we reduce it by 10,000, that wouldn't really impact the town beach or the fields here or any of that stuff. It would really only, impact some of Marsden, there'd still be some money in there for Marsden, right?
that would be the goal.
Yes, it'd be the
Yeah.
mowing and stuff, yeah.
So we wouldn't, just to clarify, we wouldn't be totally defunding Marsden, right? We'd only be
Kind of making
reducing
it,
it
Show
down
up.
to, what, a $5,000 increase over 2 years ago or something like that?
yes, yes.
And it wouldn't preclude like groups like NYA or anybody from donating money for overseeing or whatever these things
Which
are.
we do.
Yeah,
They do already.
right, so obviously they can do it, so.
No,
No,
I'm
they
saying.
add additional
So if you look at
funds
this,
on top of this
these-
number.
These expenses,
Yeah.
you're not understanding how much over the course of the years, and I understand what you're saying is the whole thought process that was time going to be donated. There's a frickin' ton of time, a bunch of materials that's being donated by people that are in our community that you're not seeing here. And it's probably, I'd say, 4 times the dollar amount that you're seeing right there. So for you to say that things are not being donated, things are not being generated by people in the community is disingenuous, 'cause that is exactly what's happening. It's just there's additional stuff, it's not gonna be free. And so, I mean,
I don't think nobody said that things weren't being donated. It was just that when this Marsden thing was sold to the people, that it was sold as it's all gonna be supported by donations, it's all gonna be voluntarily funded, you know, and then we got like
So
a
if you say that,
$100,000 warrant article one
what's
year.
the implication then, I guess, is the question? If you're saying that this was all supposed to be,
I don't think anybody ever said that it was gonna be 100% funded by donations. I think that, like anything, you're hoping it's gonna be offset.
I've heard that, I've heard
That
that.
they would, that the town would not be responsible for maintaining a town property?
That it wouldn't be
1,000 budget.
responsible for it, but it would be
2021.
funded through, mostly funded through donations and stuff like that.
To-
And it is being mostly funded.
Mostly-
That's what I'm trying to say.
So
So-
if Tim is saying 75 to 80% of it is being funded, you know, that's what, the town does have a responsibility to upkeep its properties. This has been a big issue
For example,
across our
and the
town, in
roads, too.
buildings
But-
and roads, and all of it. So that is a town property, and that is used by other groups besides NYA, who does fund the majority of, you know, what goes on there. But there are trails there are other things there that the public uses.
It's
That's
busy.
not what
So-
this money's for. This money
Right.
is for
For-
overseeding and fertilizing
Right.
and mowing.
For mowing.
If you don't, if you
You wanna
don't,
keep the
Right.
mowing.
And
if you
other
don't
people-
overseed it and you don't
But
fertilize
rec
it,
programs
it'll
that
still
are
be
run by
grass.
the town use that field, other programs use the field. So I'm just saying that it is a town property, and we mow, you know, all sorts of places around town.
No one's saying not to mow it. I'm
But
saying
but
that you
if you're-
don't need to overseed it and fertilize it and make it the most lush
Right. You don't need to oversee it
monoculture
every
ever,
year.
Right? These
in the budget.
fields don't get, you know, fancy fertilizer.
So overseed was in that,
Play on leaves,
I don't
right?
think
that budget
overseeding
number?
is in
No,
there.
overseed's not in this year. You're reading
That
last
was
year's.
last
No,
year.
the
He
overseed
keeps
is
reading,
last year.
yeah, that's last year. So,
So if he's not overseeing
So
this
there's the
year, there should be a
motion.
less amount then in there. You're not
motion-
no, but,
overseeding.
but now they're using that
Fertilizing
field
it?
full-time.
I'll
this
second
year.
your motion, Tom.
It's already
Fertilizing.
motion.
already been seconded.
I don't think so. It's already frozen.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded. I think we,
Yes.
So all those in favor of reducing to, what's the number? Sorry.
Yeah, can you just repeat so we know what we're voting on?
The motion would be on line 339, rec park, field, beach maintenance, and mowing, reducing the line from $25,000 to $15,000.
Those reasons.
If you're in favor of the motion, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. If you're opposed, raise your hand. 6, 4, and if you're abstaining, 1. So the motion passed 6, 4, 1 on line 339.
I have a note for line 348, Marsden property dead. To remove the line to make it 0. I don't understand what this, it seems like a placeholder that in the past. I don't know why we keep doing that.
Sorry, what number is that?
348.
I have no idea.
Well, so we're in phase 1 of the Marston property project. So there's a 3-phase plan out there. So if there was the goal of funding this to do X, Y, or Z in the next phase, building a pavilion, it could become a warrant article, or they could add it into the budget. And so I think that's what what that line item is for further development of the rec property. There was pickleball courts proposed to be over there. I mean, that's what phase 2 is, pickleball, basketball, and then. So I think that's why that line item is there, is the
I thought they were putting pickleball courts over here.
Well, in the, again, phase 2 of the plans that were developed 5 years ago, it was pickleball courts and outdoor basketball. But since that's a $100,000 project versus $10,000 for this.
We had discussed 342 rec programs. We had discussed level funding that. So it was 11,000 in 2023, it's 12,000 for 2024. Anybody wants to visit, we suggested cutting it, 1,000.
Which we did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, sorry, I've got, maybe I'm working off an old sheet.
I'm open to level funding.
What was it, was it 13 at one point?
It was 11 last year, we, they increased to 13, and you,
And then it's back
You
down to
proposed
12, okay.
12.
All right, I didn't,
The
I missed that.
actuals, the
Thank you.
actuals were only 5,000.
but that was, they have a bunch of expenses that hadn't been paid through.
They cover a lot of expenses out of.
It's been 11 since 2021 though. It's been like that for a long time. The actual is 12, 2022 11, actual 95, so they're.
So John was just saying that
Yep, they did that one.
we made suggestions on 346, 345, 500 and 3,500 BOS followed our recommendation. 353, library operations. We suggested they look at 2,875, BOS did follow that recommendation. The next one on my page is 360. Sorry if I'm going too fast, if there's anything else on these, I'm just trying to keep moving.
No, that's good.
364, mapping, we suggested by cutting 100. Is that
Yep.
Riverside.
Riverside?
Now people are gonna be getting lost, when we pay the fire department to find people.
That's not those river signs.
And the last note on my page was 333 about social services moving to warrant. That was
That's
going back a
happened.
page, and that did too.
Yeah, and that did all go through.
Okay,
in
so
there.
that's all the notes that we had from our work on the 12th, it looks like, December 12th.
So we have made three changes.
Yep. Totaling $11,100.
Yep. And then the only thing I will say that we did bring up last meeting was discussing the select board salaries and the school board salaries and making them equitable, looking at where they're at, so.
Great point.
I know that they had reduced the select board salaries, and I know that that was brought up last meeting, so I was just bringing
I'd
that
like-
up, that it was mentioned.
I would like then to, that's a great point, thank you for reminding, I forgot about it. I'd like to make a motion to increase line item 2 from 10,000 back to 15,000.
I'll second that motion.
Bob, what were the surrounding?
Yeah, they were the highest paid of the 10 surrounding towns. Deerfield's like 600 stipend, 5 people. And that's like the lowest, you know what I mean? Everyone else is $2,000, 2,200, maybe 2,500. So I took basically everything, I divided by number of towns to be fair. That's what I came up with. Whatever you want to do.
And that's the argument we hear for all the other things. Raising,
Right.
Make a motion.
changing salaries to be competitive with other towns.
I'm not sure that we really should consider these stipend salaries, and I do like the concept of equity between school board and the board of selectmen.
Can we been on the school board?
I'm looking for,
No.
He's not that big of a
You haven't
glutton
been on,
punishment.
you haven't been a board of selectmen, have you?
Not
Been on
yet.
both, I can tell us. You've been on both?
No.
So we need someone who's been on both.
I just
they
said
can
not
tell you,
yet.
Is one more work than the other?
I
You
think
guys
that,
meet every 2 weeks, right? You meet every 2 weeks, but you gotta sit at the elections too.
I should ask the school board to sit those two.
You probably get more people complaining.
Where,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. No, my spouse has served on the school board, and I would say it's pretty close as far as time and energy, and depends on the person, to be honest with you.
it does highly depend on the person, because there's obviously like this, there's a lot of prep work before meetings happen, and people have a wide variety of how much they do ahead of time, reading, going, attending, some of the workshops are in the middle of the workday, so it varies significantly from person to person, so it's hard to say how much minutes everyone puts into that, but it's a lot. But it's, obviously, again, we've discussed it's not necessarily for the money that anyone does this. But it is, you know, recognition, and I will say, just as a school board member, that there are also things that we purchase sometimes that we're, you know, purchasing and that, you know, use that. So if we're doing recognition of staff, then it comes from us. That's not coming from our budget line, that's coming from our pockets. Like, we're doing some of those recognitions. So there is, you know, expenses associated, but.
How often do you guys do this?
Once a month.
Just reiterate what I was thinking when we talked about this in regards to the school, is that I think 15 is a good number, because we wouldn't want people to do it for the money, and it's not that high, but we wouldn't want the money to preclude someone from doing it, because they do have to show up for elections and all these meetings and everything else. So if somebody was lower financial means, that might make the difference. Be like, yeah, I can miss a couple days of work, and that would reimburse me for it. So I did personally like the 15,000 number.
What about the budget committee salary?
I like 1,200.
I'm missing work, I'm missing overtime now.
I like 1,200.
I'm losing money. I know, I'm losing money, sitting here.
So has there been?
So Owen did make a motion for 15.
Right,
so
right,
it's
we're having
actually- so
discussing.
John's discussion, as by way of compromise, he likes, what do you say?
I like
12?
1,200 because it's even 200 a month.
12,000.
12,000.
12,000.
1,200 is a lot.
500 a month, holy smokes.
Kind of math.
That's more social security.
10%.
I'll go with
I'd say put it back into some place you already cut, because
Well, that's.
there's two of us that don't even take them. So,
Well, that just gives you extra unassigned fund balance at the end of the year for something you can spend.
I mean, basically.
so just leave it at,
It'll be there for somebody.
I personally say just leave it where it's
Oh,
at.
3,000 for your pistol permit donation.
Right, yeah, but I gotta wait a whole year to get the rest of it, so.
Was there a motion?
So there's a motion.
There's a motion on
Do
the
you want to
table in a
amend your
second.
motion, or you want to leave it at 15?
I like it where it is.
Okay, so all in favor of?
Does anybody second that?
Yes.
I did.
You did.
As we did before, I'm gonna vote no, because I like John's number better.
Okay, so all in favor of the motion as stated by Owen on line 2 to change it from 10,000 to 15, raise your hand. In favor of? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So motion carries 6 votes, all not in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So passes 6 to 5.
I like John's number too.
You can make another motion.
No, we already accepted that one, so why would anybody change it?
We could do it, it's just
You could do it.
probably pointless.
It's pointless.
You can vote.
You
You can do it till 5 tomorrow morning, right?
Exactly, and we know.
No?
Megan's going, please no.
Till 8 tomorrow
To
morning.
work with preschoolers tomorrow morning.
Oh, sorry.
I need my energy.
Now we just added 5,000.
5,000 back in. At line number 2.
Well, I thought they moved money around if you had to anyways, right?
They do.
So,
They do.
move it here, you argue over here, argue over there, they're gonna do what they want to do anyways.
Okay.
You're looking by function and not just like grabbing money from anywhere. I
I'm
mean,
just telling the facts.
So are we good? Are we good on the proposed budget? We've reduced it by 6,100. Is there any other?
I got one thing, I got a question, because it leads to a motion I want to make, and I know we talked about the tax cap calculation worksheet, but I still got a question for Tim. So for the 118 tax cap calculation, I'm just looking at the amount to be raised by taxes, I'm trying to reconcile two numbers.
Where are you?
The tax cap calculation worksheet, this one we have for 118. So it shows the amount to be raised by taxes here in the worksheet, 3449. Looks like that had added in the 200,000. So if you subtract the 200,000 back out, it gives you a number of 3249579, which makes sense to me, because that, if you subtract the 5.7 million minus the 2.5 million, you do get the 3249579. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, what was the actual amount raised by taxes? Was it 3,249,000, or then you have the number up here that shows 3,346,792?
So that was the tax rate set by the state. That's the total, the 3,346,000, because they add back in the service credits.
Yep.
So,
So like, for example, though, I'm looking at the town report from 2023. It's just a proposed budget, the MS 737. It shows the estimate amount to be raised by taxes, shows 3.2 million, which is really close to the 3.249 million that I mentioned. So I guess bottom line, what did we actually raise for taxes? Was it 3.249 million or the 3.346?
3.346. That's the net required. Because it overlaps, because they set the tax rate and you pay, half the year you pay the tax rate that was set the prior year. So they just set the tax rate in December. So you're now, when they reset the tax rate next fall, it's based upon your budget for this year. So what we're paying right now is based upon last year's budget. So you're always playing catch up.
So I guess why is it so this is slightly different because it has the war service credits and then the actual overlay used. So it gives you a slightly different number than the way it's calculated in the MS 737. Because the MS 737, it's just a simple calculation. It takes total appropriations minus your revenues, and it gives you the estimate of taxes to be raised. Whereas this one seems to be including war service credits and actual overlays. I guess, I mean, it's a small difference, but why is there two different ways of calculating that?
I think the war service credits one is because you have to vote on that every year. So like, that's one of the warrants, I believe, this year, to extend the,
I think it's every 2 years.
or is it every two? Sorry, is that what it is?
And so
Sorry,
this year it's
whatever it
on
is.
there because it wasn't on there last year, so we had to make this, yes.
Right, I misspoke. So it's every 2 years, so it's not a guarantee, I guess.
So would it be fair to say that this MS 737 that shows up in our town report that estimates the taxes to be raised, doesn't include the war services credit because it hasn't been voted on yet? And then once the war services credit gets approved, then we have to raise more taxes?
I think so, right?
I'm not comfortable answering that because I don't think that's the way
I don't think
it
the war
is.
service credit should change the amount raised at all.
Well,
Because it just changes the tax base essentially.
It reduces the total tax base number, like that 800.
Yeah, so it indirectly affects
So it
that
wouldn't
number,
raise
but
the
not
total amount to
directly.
be raised. I mean, that makes sense.
It just
You give some people
affects the
credit,
distribution.
you give some people credit, but then it has to be made up, but it doesn't change the total
I
rate.
think that's
I probably
taken
didn't
off
say
that
it. Yes, you're saying it,
number,
right.
so they could set a rate.
So I guess I'm still confused why then this 3.346 million, how that comes up with that number versus the 3.249 million, which is what was used in the tax cap calculation, just we added in the extra 200,000. I just don't know.
I think
It's
if you
57,
add the 265 and the 31 and then subtract 200, I think that's the differential.
and then you add the two.
Like, I see where the 3.449 number comes from. That makes sense. Subtract the 2.5 million in revenues and then.
Yeah, and the difference is about, it's just under 100, right?
Some other credits, and that's last year's.
The one you're asking?
We should just forget this.
Yeah, about 100,000 from the.
Yeah, so if you take the 265, add the 31,588, and then subtract the 200 in fund balance, because that's not in the original number, that gets you that differential.
I guess to the point that the war service credit shouldn't affect the taxes.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
because
sure.
somebody has to pay for it. So the state sets your tax rate based upon property tax valuations for every town. So you have some towns, the property tax valuation can go down, meaning your tax burden goes down, because the state is saying you have to pay this. And so if they're saying this is the tax rate and this is your valuation, and then you've got certain folks getting a tax credit on that, well, the town is still responsible for paying up for it. So it's gotta be paid. So that, I guess what I'm saying is that the state's not paying for that credit.
To answer his question and help me out, so using these numbers in this chart, how do I get to 3,346,792?
So that math
The
works,
state.
that
I
math
assume I
works.
take the 5.7 million and I subtract the 2.5 million, right? That's-
And the 200, and then add 265
so-
and add
hold
31.
on, hold on,
And
let's
that
walk
works,
me
because I
through.
did that calculation, that's what you get. So then those numbers work.
So I subtract the 2.5 million from the 5.7 million, right? That gets me 3.249,579. Now what?
Subtract another 200,000.
Subtract 200,000. Okay, that gets me 3,049,000. Now what?
625.
Okay, that gets me 3,315,000.
31,588.
I add that? So that gets me that number, okay.
Yeah,
My
parentheses,
question.
parentheses means subtract in accounting lingo.
So, Tom, this might be helpful. If you look at this right here, this, again, this is from the state, the tax commitment calculation. They're adding in those war service credits. So that's what the state's saying based upon evaluation, what our tax burden is.
Brent, do you still have a motion? Sorry. About to make one, and then I realized I think you said something.
Yeah, let me do some math then, because I have to use a different number. I think my math that I gave you based on the 10.4% I calculated was wrong, because I was using a different number. I was using the 3.249 million that was the total rate of tax. But accounting for the war credits, it looks like the amount raised would be the 3.4. I guess what I'd like to do for an amendment is, because we're adding in the $200,000 extra from the, that we spent on the unassigned fund balance to calculate our tax cap, which I agree the RSA allows you to do, means our actual increase in taxes is more than 4%. I didn't calculate the exact percentage, because like I said, the 10.4%. But I do have a number of what our operating budget would have to be to give the taxpayers a 4% tax increase. I think that's reasonable, because we've seen 3.4% inflation. We've seen, I looked at the BLS, Bureau of Labor, their numbers for salary increases, and people's salaries in the last few years have barely kept up with inflation. With the last year, salaries have actually increased a little bit above inflation, 0.5% above inflation. That's accounting for inflation, 0.5%. So I actually think the 4% tax cap is a reasonable increase for, maximum for taxpayers to see, but we're seeing more because of the 200K unassigned fund balances. When I arrived at a number is 5,037,059, which would have to be our operating budget number. I'd like to make amendment to the bottom line. So our bottom line budget,
I don't think you can use a personal calculation of what you think it should be.
I mean,
You absolutely can just change the bottom line.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, you're,
that motion.
I'm making a motion, yeah. So I'm moving that we amend line 383, which is the operating budget total, to a total of $5,037,059.
Million.
No, I thought it was 370,000.
No, he's making it.
And what?
$5,037,059.
So we're moving 100,000.
that's what it's
Almost
at right,
$800.
that's almost what it's
So
at
how
right
can you
now.
do that without
No.
making
The operating budget right now,
line
by
adjustments?
adding back the select board, is 5,037,855.
So wait,
You can just change the bottom line, even though they're.
well, I'm looking at our operating budget, line
Yeah, you can
383
change
is
the bottom line.
currently
It's like the school
$5,000,001.
budget.
Oh,
But
I'm
we
the
just
wrong.
took some, it's 100, It's about it's a little over $100,000 reduction.
Yeah, a little
in
over
what we-
100,000.
That would require us to take $100,000 out of this budget to get to that number.
Right, because they took 150 out of the unassigned. Begin with.
Again, if we do that, then taxpayers would see an actual 4% increase, just for the town portion of the budget, that's not including anything else. If we vote in this for our operating budget total, taxpayers would see an actual 4% increase in tax, based on what we raised last year, which, as we just discussed, was the 3.346 million. Multiplied that by 4%, gave a number of taxes to be raised at that number. And then I subtract, or I added our revenues, and that gave me.
Is that a motion?
Yep.
Okay, is there a second? People thinking about a second, or curious calculations? All right, we'll give you a second. We'll give you a minute.
Out there by taking 150,000.
But that's not even what he's using for this calculation.
Warrants aren't part of that calculation.
Taking the 200K from last year.
Have a second? We'll have to move on.
Tom's working on it. Fine with the calculation.
The calculations that we did earlier, I
I think I understand it too, but this $200,000, that was essentially that unassigned fund, or was that out of like?
Unassigned.
Brett, I would love for you to send me those calculations, what you're doing. Not that it's gonna really impact us this year, but it's
Well, I mean, we can go over, we can take a minute to go over it. I'm taking,
I got I understand the
Yeah.
ones that we talked about earlier. I had enough time questioning that together.
and I'm not saying we're not following the law, I'm just saying taxpayers should have a choice.
Okay, but yeah, I'm not,
Intent was taxpayers are expecting to only see a 4% tax increase at the town meeting, so I'm trying to give them that option.
At that point, to be fair, everybody wants to see lower taxes, the default budget would be that option. So the default budget,
Less than that.
if I'm reading the correct number, it's 4,800,607.
I mean,
Right, but I mean, I think as a budget committee, we should do our due diligence, and that's the budget we should submit to them, something that's fiscally prudent.
So is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Brent Tweed, second by Bob Kelly.
So what, sorry,
The
so your motion is to make it $5,037,000.
059.
Default's still lower.
Right, default's still lower.
I, for my part, Brent, I'm not prepared to make that change now. Been over this budget. I'm not saying your numbers are wrong. I'm just saying I followed the earlier numbers and I didn't follow that. So I wouldn't be comfortable with that personally,
I'm at
as
the
much as I
same-
like the
I'm at
idea.
the same point.
Well, I mean, if people don't understand the math, and they say, well, let's spend weeks and weeks here
Have-
on the budget, and let's spend a couple minutes and do the calculation, do the math.
Right, but you're coming up with just a number, and we have spent weeks and weeks going through each line in this budget and looking at what would be appropriate spending. So I do think we've done our due diligence.
Well, no, I mean, okay,
Budget.
just to hear what I'm saying is people are questioning whether I'm doing my math correctly, the 4% increase
No,
in
you
taxes,
can say
right?
what.
Actually,
So
I'm.
take a minute and do the
All
math.
right, I'm gonna tell you this one thing.
I'm saying we've taken weeks and weeks just of time on the budget. We can stop and take 5 minutes to do the math, see what numbers I'm talking about, if it's correct.
Right, no one's discounting that you didn't do the math. I think what the discussion was is that you're coming up with a different number that you believe would be a 4%, a more appropriate 4% tax cap.
No,
is
no,
what-
no, 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 let's,
A 4%
let's just
increase.
get it, I mean, the math is the math, but what I'm saying is, the 4% tax cap, the RSA allows you to add in an extra 200K that was taken from unassigned fund balance. I'm saying, we have the number that was raised in taxation last year, right? Tim agrees, it's $3.346 million. That was what was raised in taxes last year. Multiply that by 1.04, that gives you the 4% above that. And that's what I'm saying, we should give taxpayers the option, that's the number that we have in our estimate to be raised in taxes.
You took the 3,792,000.
Yeah, multiply that by 1.04. Check my numbers again, walk you guys through it. So, like I said, this would give taxpayers an actual increase of 4%. That's right, that's based on what warrants that the selectmen are currently recommending.
Is this number correct, Tim?
Correct.
I took that number, that 3.346, that is the amount raised last year by taxation. I'm adding 4%, I'm getting $3,480,660. And then from that number, I'm gonna subtract our anticipated revenue.
Well, no, you would add the
No,
revenue.
no, no.
Yeah, that would give you
Yeah.
that'd give you your total appropriation number.
We got 3 million, sorry, could you go slow just so I'm with you? So we got that number, we timed
Which number?
I took
792, you multiplied by 1.04,
Last year's number.
last year's number, times it by 1.04, we got 3,480,000. We're gonna add that, the appropriations, which was
No, we're gonna add to it the estimated revenue.
estimated revenue, thank you.
$2,567,000.
No, so the estimated revenue is higher than that because of the.
718.
71827 because of the,
Or you could just subtract it from that bottom.
they added that to the revenue, so
6,000.
your revenue is now 2.7 million. 2,718,170. That's your total appropriation number. That would include everything. That includes your operating budget and all the warrant articles.
Yeah.
If
What's our warrant article?
well, the warrant article money is 990,000 and another 7,875. Subtract, take your 6,198,934, you can subtract 171,875 and then subtract 990,000, that gives you 5,000,037,000.
That's what I did it.
That looks correct to me.
I got 058.
That would give taxpayers a 4% tax increase. That was our operating budget. And we recommend all of the warrant articles at the select.
And that number would equal a bottom line budget increase of 3.8% over last year.
Because revenues didn't increase.
Yeah, and also because the warrant article spending. So I'm looking at, this is how I understand budget growth. I map out the operating budget each year, and that would be a 3.8% increase, whereas what I'm seeing here is 6.1. That sounds like a much easier to swallow. It looks, to me, that sounds like a 4% tax cap. And then also, like, when I look at this budget growth over time, having 3.8% as the bottom line budget growth is a lot more responsible than 6.1%, I think. That said, if you look at the chart, town does stay pretty close to the inflation rate there. So yeah, I'll support that, because your math checks out.
There's a motion and a second. Move along.
Motion by Brent, second by Robert Kelly. Discussion?
Does anyone see a problem with that math?
I see a problem with the general concept. I think you're disregarding the vote from the voters to assign and take unassigned fund balance and add it to the budget. I think that was a voted item, and I think that people saw that need, added it to the budget. finding a way to-
That's a select.
They would be the voters, because
The vote-
they're
but the
the
voters-
ones, can I speak?
Voters didn't understand how that
Can
affects
I
the tax
please
cap.
speak?
All right,
Voters voted on all of these different items, all of the warrants, all of the different implications. Every voter, but I'm guessing they're not sitting there back calculating everything. If people understood how the law read or not when they voted, I'm not sure there's an assumption that we should modify a system in place, a budget schedule, tight as I think we can possibly do. I don't see where we can find another 111 out of this reasonably. I don't think the town will be able to function finding another 111 out of this. While I appreciate the concept at face value, I think it disregards the votes that were cast last year in favor of adding that unassigned fund.
just to respond to that. The voters can vote to appropriate money for the fund balance. I would be willing to bet like, it took us to this point in the budget committee process for us to understand how that unassigned fund balance gets added back in to apply to the tax cap. So I don't think any voter understood that. It's kind of besides the point. It's really not the point that I'm making. That's fine. I agree what we're doing, the way the tax cap works. Now that I understand the RSA as you read it, I agree that that's how it works. It's how it's allowed. But voters voted for a 4% tax cap. But it's trying to increase the rate that we're increasing. I think the general feel of the voters, based on the overwhelming support of the 4% tax cap, is they wanted to limit tax increases to 4%. So what I am doing, what I'm offering as a motion, I'm not saying the 200K that was added back in is being got appropriately or anything like that. It's fine, that works. I agree. What I'm trying to do is amend the budget so that the tax increase is actually 4% increase over what it was last year. Simple as that, because I think that's what a lot of taxpayers want. They want to limit the amount of taxes are increasing. You know, right now, if my motion passes, it's 4%. If it doesn't, Tom said, it's like 6% or something like that. Whatever it is, we do the math. It's more than 4%.
I have a question.
I'm just saying, I understand that we can go back and forth all around, but, and we can't get 150,000 somewhere. The BOS pulled 150,000 out of the unassigned. Bottom line is, those taxpayers are gonna probably vote for the 4.846 million, which is 150,000 less than what Brent's suggestion, you know what I mean? So what do we do with that then? You know what I mean? That's less than the original, you know, 5,143,000. You know, what do you do then? Does the BOS have the, for the general fund?
And they have a special meeting.
Yeah, see? So if they have a special meeting, they can pull the funds. There's funds,
That's
1.5
every year.
million in the general.
Every year, Bob, that you get the risk of the budget not passing and the default going. I mean, that's just,
Right.
that's the budgeting process.
Right, but it's not at the end of the day, they still have money in the bank account. 1.5 million, 2.6 on the unassigned. They
guess
have to
that
have a
was-
special meeting. I mean, it's still gonna operate, the town's still gonna operate.
I don't disagree, I'd like my taxes to go down, everybody would, we're all really good diligence. Taxpayers who also want services. And want to see everything come in the town kept up and not have a crumbling infrastructure.
It's just gonna go back to what you had before. The $100,000 is gonna come out of the frickin' roads.
Right, right,
I
And
mean,
that's
so
Right.
we can't cut any more. So if you want to do that, that's fine. But I'm going to be honest with you. That's where the $100,000 is going to come from.
Just to clarify what you're saying, the 100,000 from, that's in the operating budget.
Right now.
Shifted around. But so just to clarify that, just for my own info, the 500K that's in the
Correct.
warrant article can't be.
Can be used the following year, but it has to be used for the roads.
So I have a question. The debate here, this number of amount that we raised from taxation last year, 3.346, or are we modifying that by 200,000 and using that number instead to come up with how much we raised last year? That's
It's whether or not you use the calculation that's provided by the RSA, or you use private calculation.
And the difference in that calculation is whether or not we're counting that 200,000 fund balance.
Right, and the
I think
revenues,
that-
and whatever revenues you're going to use.
The revenues are the same. in this calculation,
Yeah.
Right? So the whole difference is whether or not we're counting in that $200,000 fund balance. So the warrant article that the voters approved says, shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by the local. So when it says the actual amount of local taxes raised, would we count $200,000 being taken from fund balance as money being raised by local taxes?
That's a good question, I guess. The words that you were reading about how you add it back in, was that actually the RSA or was that an explanation of the
It was the
RSA?
RSA.
No, I read the actual
You have to
RSA.
read the whole RSA.
That's
in-
32.5B1A.
The whole chapter in the
That's,
budget.
that's all the voters voted on.
You have to read the whole thing.
It says, yeah, that's from the petition. It says
It doesn't say RSA,
taxes raised by
RSA is
more
it.
than 4%.
had the RSA language in it, right?
But it's per the RSA.
But it said per the RSA, right? So-
It says,
Warrant?
shall we adopt the
Yeah.
provisions of RSA
Correct.
32.5?
Right, so
Is
so
what I
that
read.
would be
It's
the
covered.
actual
That-
language, because if
the
they
fact
You
that
have
change
to read the
that,
whole RSA, that's not the whole RSA.
But, right, what I'm getting at is voters, they understood they didn't want the amount, the actual amount of local taxes raised to increase by more than 4%. I'm wondering whether or not it's fair to include $200,000 in fund balance as actual local taxes raised. Does pulling money out of fund balance, does that count as local taxes raised?
Is that per
Taxes
the
previously
RSA?
raised and approved.
That's my question.
Local taxes previously raised.
But it says in the prior fiscal year, were they raised in the prior fiscal year or were they raised before that?
Voted for,
Voted for them to
prior
be
year.
used in the prior fiscal year.
but.
Not raised, just.
Wasn't raised, it was appropriated.
It
appropriate.
only says raised, it doesn't say appropriate.
Well, in your.
This is the prescribed rate.
Yeah, because
And
it says it right
honestly,
here.
Most of the laws are horrible in this state. Because they contradict each other. So we're kind of,
This is the only text that voters have seen.
Right.
They've seen it twice now and they've approved it.
right, but whatever it is, and that's what that,
I mean, I'm not even necessarily saying it was inappropriate to add in the 200,000.
No, saying you were offering an alternative.
Alternative.
No, fully understand.
Do you have something? You haven't said anything yet.
Yes, I wanted to say, I think the opinions around this table are pretty firmly set. further discussion isn't going to change anybody's mind. I think we could vote.
Call the question? Okay, so so again, just to reiterate, we're on line 383. Brent's motion was to change the bottom line operating budget total to $5,037,059 by a different calculation. All in favor? Oh, no, it's not wrong. I mean, that was fair. By private calculation.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know that it has to be any calculation. I could pull the number off the floor.
You do very good.
Regardless, it doesn't make a difference.
It's just the reasoning behind
Yes.
it. so.
Yeah.
Okay, vote, all in favor of this motion? And 2, 3, all opposed? 6, and abstentions. 362, failed.
So are we done with the budget meeting?
Oh, we still haven't,
Yeah, so we should be done with the budget now.
we
We
need
have to move
to
the budget,
We need to approve the
approve the
budget.
budget.
approve the warrant,
We got the warrant.
approve the warrant.
I motion we approve the budget in whatever stated in the warrant.
the $6,100 differential.
$6,100.
So Article 2, I make a motion to recommend Article 2, shall the town raise and appropriate an operating budget, not excluding appropriations. Warrant Articles and then.
I would second that.
You have to do that calculation, or
I think that we don't.
It's negligible.
it's probably very close in sense.
Sense.
Well, we can look at other similar ones. 10,001's come in at a penny, so it is
A penny.
potentially minus a penny.
Could be.
It doesn't lower enough to, it can still round up.
It might still round
Well,
up,
it
yeah.
depends on which way it's rounding now.
Yeah, it may or may not round it a penny. We'll ask, we'll have the number double check.
I second it.
Question, right?
Okay, Sandra Jones, yep.
Just to clarify, we don't have to like make a final vote.
Do we have to recommend it or not recommend it?
That, it's in the warrant.
That's
It's
all
in
the
Article
warrant
2.
is. We only vote on the warrant.
So it's gonna appear on the warrant article as far as how many budget committee members approved.
Well, it's different, right? I mean, it's whether or not I approve that this is the correct budget number, and then there's a separate opinion, which is, do I think people should vote for this or should they vote?
That's what you're
That's two
voting on.
different-
Yeah,
What you're voting on is whether
It's either
you
recommended or
recommend
not. I mean, that's what you have to do here.
No, it's two different opinions.
I thought it was two different.
One is whether or not I think this is a correct and good document, and then the second vote is whether or not I think we should vote for this or should we vote for
Well, we made our,
Make your changes.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was a final.
This is the final.
We have the budget, we have finalizing it.
This is it.
I feel like we've done that.
Make you feel,
Warrant
make you
article
feel
is it.
better?
What was the bottom, do we have a bottom line number?
5137855.
Yeah, John, can I make a quick motion to just finalize this budget the way we amended it at the $5,037,000?
There's a motion.
You can't do that one. If it's not necessary, we don't have to do that.
Sorry, it's.
I thought so, too. I probably didn't.
Don't we have to recommend it?
Yeah, that's what we're voting on right now.
Okay.
Article 2.
Is there discussion on Article 2?
Yeah, I just have one point, is just that, based on my calculation, just for the town portion of the budget, not including the school, the amount of taxes that we need to raise is gonna be based on last year. Tax rate.
I'm gonna vote no, because this is gonna be about a 6% increase. Last year was 9.7%, 4.7, we went up 6.9%. You know, we're keeping track of inflation, because the last few years have been pretty bad with inflation, but we gotta realize we can't just keep that. I'm gonna vote no.
Favor of the motion, John, to recommend.
second that.
Thank you. Seconded by
I
Sandra.
seconded to recommend. That's what you
Second,
did, John.
yes.
Okay.
Motion is to recommend. So if you're in favor of recommending this. Six, you do not recommend this appropriation. 6, 5, and abstentions, no. So, yes, we recommend this appropriation. Room. I make a motion to accept Article 3 as written, to see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate sum of $10,000 to be added to the police. Oh, sorry.
You don't have to read it, do we need
I
to?
can't make a motion.
Yeah.
I have to read it.
Motion to accept Article 3, see if the town will raise the vote. Will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the police technology equipment expendable trust fund previously established, majority vote required, the estimate tax impact is $1,000 for property valuation, the state recommends appropriation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Tim DeBrio. Discussion? Everyone in favor of the motion? 11, any opposed?
We get it.
Is there a motion for, is there a motion for Article 4?
Motion to accept Article 4 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of purchasing the necessary tools, supplies, equipment, and maintenance to run the ambulance and billing services for 2024, and to authorize the withdrawal of $40,000 from the ambulance and equipment replacement special revenue fund created for this purpose. Majority vote required. The estimate tax impact is $0 per $1,000 property valuation. Select board recommends appropriation 5-0.
Seconded by John Decker. Discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Passes 11.
Article 5, I move to recommend Article 5 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the fire vehicle SCBA capital reserve fund previously established, majority vote required, estimated tax impact is 12 cents per $1,000. Property valuation, select board recommends appropriation 5%.
Seconded by John Decker. Discussion? All in favor of this appropriation? 11-0. Want to take a turn on Article 6?
See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $60,000 for the purpose of increasing the fire chief's stipend based on the increasing mandated qualifications of chief set forth by the Nottingham Fire Rescue Department, NFRD bylaws. Fire chief position is still set by the NFRD bylaws. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is $0.075 of property valuation.
Was there a second? We need a second?
Second.
Seconded by Bob Kelly.
So, question on this one, it says, I think this is this new language based on the increased minimum related qualifications of chief.
It is, because, yeah, what, they expanded it.
Are they required to be a licensed chief then? Wouldn't that make sense? percent of the calls are medical, not fire.
I'm not on, I mean, I'm not, we're going by what the NFRD bylaws, they amended them.
As
Same as before, so it's appointed by they're voted on in January by the NFRD, and then presented to the select board. Yep, it can change every year, depends on the vote. Yeah, I mean, if we can get somebody full-time making,
from
Stipend.
by volunteers.
yeah,
I mean, it's technically not part-time, it's a stipend
Right,
position.
Yeah.
right, but, okay, so it's a stipend, it's a, whatever, it's a stipend, it's not, it's no hours, it's not 0 to whatever. It's. Does the full-time people get a vote?
yeah, I think with the change in the bylaws, I believe, I don't think it excludes.
I mean, it previously excluded full-time people from voting for fire chief. Off the top of my head, if it changed that, I don't know.
I think it did. I think the changes did.
No, we
If
get,
they came on the bylaws, well, you know that.
I mean, I think the point is, like, it's a board of volunteers, it's an organization, and then you hire full-time employees who, you know, their full-time boss is the fire chief, shouldn't give them a vote on who their boss is, should be more the organization that votes on it. Like I said, that's what it was. I don't know if the bylaws changed that or not, I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head.
I have a question. Is this $60,000, is this, I think, prorated? Because I think in the past fire article, prorated. This is going to take effect after passage, right?
Right.
So are you,
Well, there's $11,000 in the budget.
right, so are you planning to like retroactively avoid the current fees from the past for January to March?
Well, because there's already $11,000 in the budget this year.
So it's an addition.
It's an additional, exactly.
So the 11,000 that would have been paid out all year, you're going to take that out for January to March? And
No, because we need to find right now, Chief Curry is the chief, and he's not the person that's gonna be working more hours that would be fulfilling this role. This is to potentially recruit and hire somebody else that would potentially be.
we
Chief
wouldn't
Curry
be
wants to be-
recruiting and hiring them until after this.
Right, yeah, you can.
So should this be prorated for 75%? 75% pay.
So why is this stipend? If you're looking to hire somebody full-time,
That's the NFRD. Right now, the way the bylaws read, it's not a full-time position. We can't do that. We'd have to change the RSA for the fire chief.
right, it's not a stipend, you can't hire a full-time person to fill a stipend.
And I'm sorry, maybe I'm just trying to explain, we're trying to get somebody to fulfill the role and meet the qualifications of the NFRD, and this came from.
So it's going to be $60,000 plus the $11,000 for not.
Well, no, it's a,
No
no, it's a
benefits.
stipend,
Stipend.
no benefits.
So no benefit.
That change in the
It's a
future.
full-time person.
But they're going to be expected to do it.
I wouldn't say full-time, not full-time, not 40 hours a week.
Because our last fire chief was part-time. Why are we paying 5 times as much for someone who's not doing
They're going,
part-time,
gonna be doing
not full-time?
not 40 hours a week, I don't believe.
Is the old chief doing less than 2 hours?
What we're trying to do is fill the role. So I think I think that might be a change in the RSA for a fire chief. I'm not sure exactly. Oh,
But my understanding is the method of selecting the fire chief has to be passed basically at the town meeting, or, now that we're, on the ballot. It has to be done by the legislative body, which is the voters. And the current method is that the fire department elects the chief, and then the selectmen have to appoint that person. That's the method of selecting our fire chief, and the only way that can be changed is through the legislative body, which is all the voters in Nottingham voting on the ballot to change
Can't
that.
have until next year.
But,
Could have, but they didn't.
but I do have an additional comment, discussion on Article 6. We did have a previous fire chief who served as fire chief for 17 years. He received approximately $11,000 stipend. He was willing to do the job for that $11,000 stipend. I know for a fact there was a person who was running for fire chief who was also willing to do it for $11,000 stipend. We've always been a small town fire department where the organization elects the fire chief, and then that gets appointed by the selectmen. I think that's worked well. I think the reasoning here in the article, it says, based on the increased minimum standard, mandated qualifications. I mean, it is changing the minimum qualifications, but it requires them to take a class to be an inspector. The changes in the minimum qualifications are minimum. That really doesn't account for the 60K increase. So I really strongly oppose this Article 6. I think like I said, we had a person who was willing to do it for $11,000. We still have people on the department. One person that was going to run for $11,000 that's willing to do it. So I think there's really, without getting into the discussion why the fire chief was fired, there's other motivations behind this, increase of 60K. They want to hire a full-time chief, change the way the fire department is structured. I'm opposed to that.
So can I ask though, did the fire department change the way it was structured when it went to all full-time overnight staff? I mean,
No.
so
No,
why
not-
this happened to the chief, even though more staff were added and it went to
Yeah,
a
so
less volunteer program and a more,
So for the last 20 years or so approximately, don't quote me, we've had 2 full-time staff. So the fire chief had been managing 2 full-time staff. What we voted on a couple years ago per warrant article added 4 additional full-time staff for a total of 6.
so significantly increased the size of the,
Yeah. Well, yeah, for the full-time staff. But you have additional staff. Now you got 6 people, some of the administrative day-to-day duties can be done by those additional staff. All the pay, when it comes to paying the employees, that's all managed at the town, the town office level. So some of those management duties, it doesn't fall on the fire chief, it falls on the town office, so.
but there has been a pretty big change with the staffing and kind of the way it's run full-time now, staffing, from the way it was 20 years ago when it was.
Well, yeah,
When it was
you
probably
got 6 full-time
established.
employees, vice
Right.
2, you got 24/7 coverage was the plan, that was the goal, whereas with the 2 full-time staff, you didn't have 24/7 coverage. You had volunteer members who were on call for the most part, if there wasn't full-time day staff.
possible with a stipend that if the ad went out and someone applied for the job who would do it for free or for $11,000, they would just refuse to accept it as a stipend?
yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Budget?
Yeah, just like
whole
the,
thing
They were
just scares me.
qualified.
The way it's written scares me.
Yeah, I think it's poorly written.
It's just, it's like, way too thin, it doesn't, it's a stipend, it's not a full-time position, but they're trying to put a full-time person in there. It just doesn't, and then what do they do with?
Again, I'm not saying they're trying to put a full-time person in there. It's just they're trying to fill the role is what they're trying to do. And again, by working with the current department and figure out how we can fill that role in the short term, this is what we're recommending.
Discussion? So, I think the motion was to recommend, so all that would,
Is there a second?
is there a second? I think Bob. Motion by Charlotte, seconded by Robert Kelly. All those in favor of Article 6? 3, all those opposed? So, Budget Committee does not recommend this appropriation, 8 votes to 3. For Article 7.
Recommend Article 7 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 for the purpose of replacing the flooring in the community center gymnasium. Majority vote required, the estimated tax impact of 3 cents per $1,000 for property valuation. Select board recommends this appropriation by
Discussion.
Second.
Oh, yep, thank you. Motion by Tom, seconded by Owen Friend Gray.
How many square feet is that?
Probably
It's 11 o'clock at night, yeah.
1,000 maybe?
20.
Yeah,
I think we've gone through this, the floor's a mess over there.
Yeah, 800,
It was-
800 to 1,000.
It was cut up.
Somebody go get a measuring stick and.
No,
We go count tiles.
Pace it out, yep.
It's gotta be more than 1,000.
This estimate was given to us this year. Yeah, when you had it done, because we were hoping to get it done this year, and it wasn't on the cards. No, they got multiple estimates.
Okay, well. They're putting more of an Mullion down or polish on the concrete or epoxy or what they're doing.
Polished concrete.
Any more? Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, is this, I agree we probably need to refinish the floor, but is it something that could be pushed out a year?
It's a safety concern right now.
And anything, I went and looked at it, and I did notice that the edges of a lot of the tiles are deteriorating, essentially like cracks and crevices. Yeah. The tiles, mostly around the entrances there. Is that something where they can just put like epoxy filler in the holes and that'll hold it for a little bit? Because it looks like the majority of.
We've been
inner
doing
parts of the
Band-Aids in
floor-
this building for years, so
But
why
there's no
not?
Band-Aid in there.
Yeah,
It's a large
keep on filling.
swath of concrete
It's way
too,
worse
isn't
than
there,
this
which is
floor.
kind of a
large section,
liability.
though.
That's nice and smooth.
Ooh, that would hurt.
And then it's used, I mean, it's
So
used for,
This is not giving.
it's used with your seniors for pickleball, it's used, in the wintertime, it's used by
Basketball?
basketball, I mean, it's just,
It is a gym.
yeah.
Tim, what, we do rent the space out off the top of your head, what?
No, we don't rent it out
Oh,
anymore.
I thought we rented it out.
Or not
stopped.
anymore.
Not anymore.
Oh, when did we stop doing that?
Probably last year, no, but it was stopped before the rat problems identified. I think it was last year or the year before it was stopped because of people getting access to the building and then not cleaning up after themselves, and
So the people that use, it's still being used.
it's being used.
But it's not, who's,
Like-
so,
So like if you came and said, hey, I want to have a family reunion in the community center room, you can't.
But like the Betty's basketball, they pay a yearly fee.
To the
To
rec.
rec,
It's part-
for-
Correct, yeah.
so it's rented out through rec revolving, if it's a rec activity?
If it's,
So it
yeah,
depends on what
sports.
type of
And like,
activity.
yeah,
Or like community organizations can use it, like the Cub Scouts can, use the space. For that, it's through, it's.
But not for private rental.
Right.
Okay.
Not private, yeah.
All those in,
I have a question. Does that overlap with Article 11? Is it still in the same town building? Maintenance and repair?
no, that's different, totally different, yeah.
Now, is it, if it passes again, usually I remember they raised the money for the kitchen before, and they appropriated it, wasn't used first year, second year wasn't used, they finally got the kitchen in. So if the money's raised, it's gonna be used right away.
Yeah,
The sooner the better, because it's a liability.
so one thing to understand is that we've hired a contractor, and he started the last week of December, second or third of whatever, December. And the goal is to have him work on that report that the facilities committee presented, and I think you guys saw some of that too, is to kind of help us as a board of selectmen prioritize the work that needs to be done, buttoning up the back to block the rat. And then figuring out also with other buildings, not just here, is what can be done, and he'll be able to do with his company some of the stuff without us having to pay more, because it's part of his stipend. And then other stuff, he'll have to contract out, get quotes, and provide it to the town administrator and the BOS.
That contractor,
Alan Trant, yeah.
By the way, that cleaning out the back, getting all the junk out of there, that might be something where you can take advantage of the county inmate program. That
Had to
sounds
slip
like
it into some meeting
perfect.
somehow, right? Hadn't got there yet tonight. We're getting close.
Okay, if we can get back to the, can we get back to the floor though, back to this item?
Back
I'm
to
on
the
the
gym
fence,
floor.
anyone wanna make a convincing argument that I should vote for it?
It's a liability and it gets used.
Maintenance is cheaper than the whole fix. So you do a $25,000 fix now, it'd be cheaper in the long run.
Sold.
Okay, all in
My
favor?
comment is it's gonna have to get fixed anyway, and if you push it off a year, it's gonna
It gets more
be there
expensive.
anyway.
All right, I moved the question.
All that, everyone in favor of recommending this article number 7? Anyone opposed? Passes 11 to 0.
If the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $40,000 for the purpose of exploratory options and design for the relocation of the police department. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 5 cents per $1,000 of property valuation. Select Board recommends this appropriation 5 to 0.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Megan Sabasco, motion by Charlotte Becker.
Did we ever find out if we have those abandoned plans from the fires?
I don't think they exist.
Probably should have held on.
My understanding is there was no, the plans didn't actually include expansion for the police department. Include an expansion for like additional bays, but it wasn't for the police department. So there's rumors out there that there were original plans, like actual designs of plans. I don't think
The chief is here, do you want to?
Vaughn, you've been here all night, you wanna?
You don't have them, right?
I haven't seen the plans, right? There's all like talking.
Hold on, I'm gonna draw something up real quick for you.
Oh, sure.
Where?
Yeah, you got it.
If you wanna be on, TV, you can come grab a mic or you can just talk.
No, honestly, but yeah, through the almost 17 years I've been here, I've always heard these stories that, like, of course, when they built the fire department, which would make sense, honestly, that's just my opinion, that we would make it a safety complex. So there's a lot of scuttlebutt about why we didn't, okay. Not my generation, not my fight to battle. But I have heard that, yes, these plans exist, that there was plans that we would be, like, I don't know if you're looking at the building to the right of it, there would be bays there, it would be this and that. We would be in the same building but separate, right, have separate entrances like in any, whatever. But yes, I've never seen the plans. And I actually recently talked to Gunnar Foss, the previous chief, and he's like, I've never seen the plans. But yes, this was a big deal, and it was like, it should have happened, and it never happened, and, so right, I'm not the engineer, I don't know, honestly, and I'm just being very transparent where we should be. We just can't be here for, looking, this is something that we need to plan, right? And of course, the voters are gonna decide. Obviously, I can't be like, I'm having a new PD, like, it's gonna come into, you guys are gonna have to vote, but there has to be a plan in place, and we have to start it now, because I think we can all agree that obviously something needs to be done here, especially with the police department. So with that said, yes, I'd love to see the plans, but I've never seen them, and I don't know if they exist.
They weren't, there was never any plan that I ever saw.
Okay.
And honestly, I suggested before they did that, because they were talking about doing the fire department too, and I'm like, we should be doing a safety complex
Yeah,
back then. That's
absolutely.
what I said way back then.
Missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity.
100% agree.
Say, listen to you, Jen.
Yeah. And so, like, here we are now. And so I think that, yeah, we need monies to pay somebody that's way smarter than me to, like, do their due diligence and find out, like, okay, where can we put them? But make it right, not be here, like, past my time, because I'm not gonna, like, in 20 years, I'm like, where do we put them now? I mean, that's insane. This needs to kind of really, be permanent for for all of our time, right? Does that make sense?
So you got space issues. This ain't.
Yeah, huge safety issues, huge space issues.
Location is terrible.
It really is, and it's a bad location. We're in modern day policing, we're in 2024. This kind of setup is really like, I hate to say this, and they're gonna like places like Arrow or Cobra. I mean, you don't even have it up there. They're sometimes out of state police, but this is opinionated. Nottingham really is a vibrant community. We really need we need our own space. It's not adequate, and it's unsafe, and this is a bad location. I wouldn't be saying that if it wasn't true. I encourage all of you, like you're on the budget committee, if you ever want to come over and do a tour or whatever, case may be, to kind of like get a bird's eye view, come on over. I have nothing to hide. Well, you know, Tim's coming over soon, so.
What'd you do, Tim?
Yeah, not voluntarily either, but.
No, but does that make sense? It really is, it's really bad.
And the firehouse area, that's a good central.
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, so that would be.
I hope that's what
For
we're
me,
saying.
for common sense, yeah, we'd want to be centrally located. This is a great area, you know, especially like, this is where we do most of our things, and obviously even in inclement weather, right? So during a snowstorm or a blizzard, of course, we're running out there like occasionally checking, but we need to be safe too. We hunker down here because it's centrally located. We can respond quickly from this location. I think Chris would agree with that. So yeah, somewhere in this area, and like without a doubt, like, you know, relatively by the school. I mean, let's face it, that's where major population is during the day. We don't have a lot of businesses in town, a lot of places where people are even working. Our main population is at the school. So that's just my 2 cents. Put me wherever you want, to be honest with, I mean, we're gonna have to figure out this
That's part
together
of the
with
40,000.
professionals, right? Because
Figure out where.
I can tell you that I've outgrown it. Like, if I hire somebody else, they're gonna be sitting on the floor. Does that make sense to put it, they're not gonna have a workspace. Oh, but if they say, that's okay, they don't deserve a workspace, or heat, or hot water.
It's gonna cost.
But, so yeah, I've never seen the plan. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I don't think.
And you and the police and the firemen are gonna get along, you don't have a rivalry like NYPD?
We have no choice but to get along. I work well with everybody. We are literally on the same team. We have the same goal in mind, public safety. It's our job. Opinions and personalities apart, gotta do the job. At the end of the day, we're all playing in the same sandbox.
I really think it would be more economical. To
Yeah,
just
I mean,
put-
it would be good.
If, I
Yeah.
hope that. it
All the
works
towns are
out.
doing it
Yeah.
now.
That's the way.
I'm not opposed to anything, it just obviously,
buck.
I mean, it needs to make sense, and financially make sense. We don't wanna be going into worse and we're sitting here 5 years, and be like, oh, we should have done like we are now. So, yeah, it has to be done right. Well, not right now, I mean,
Not like now, but.
You gotta start
no, I
moving
mean, it's.
towards it, right?
That-
You gotta start
take-
moving towards it.
We have to,
4 years before
we
we-
have to see that and move towards it, absolutely. I would be doing a dereliction of duty if I didn't say we need a new police department. That's not right. I mean, it's been like that for years. I can't believe I had to be the one to say, we need a new police department. But here I am, the bad person.
Thank you for modernizing our.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
We could
Thank
put you in the back.
Look, and now my kids get to see the video if I put it on YouTube and rewind.
You're a YouTube
They love
star.
to see me.
You're a
They're
star.
like, there you are! You're always yelling this. Just like everyone.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
Chief.
you.
Thank you.
All right,
All
I'm
right,
sold.
I'm ready to
More
move,
discussion?
Yeah, I got a question. Tim, what are we expecting to get out of this $40,000? Like,
So we're
it's-
hoping to find the proper location, which obviously the preference is, we know where that is, so that hopefully will make it easier, and then a plan design and estimate for what it would cost to build that.
So the 40K will get us a design?
That's what we're hoping. I mean, again, we haven't hired engineer yet, but, or, you know, but that's what,
It should get us at least a rough design.
exactly.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
being
but,
sold, yeah.
but actual plans and architectural
Right.
drawings and looking through the process is expensive to do that. So even if there was some plan somewhere from a fire department, they probably would not be valid plans anymore anyway, and they'd have to be redrawn, and all of that would have to be redone. So I think, you know, this process will eventually cost more money for some
I
of
have it
that.
from a good source that those plans don't exist.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll believe you.
Yeah, and again, I don't think they'd be even usable
don't think they're
for any
useful,
purpose
whether we have
right
them or
now.
not.
And probably were built for maybe, you know, less department, you know, wouldn't even
Different
be
time.
necessary.
But it would have been a good
Say what the
Yeah,
footprint was, but hopefully someone can come and say you could easily put a building, I mean, a contractor,
Yeah.
they can come in and say, you can fit this size building here and this many vehicles, you know, they'll be able to do that. All right, so let's go.
Yeah,
All
right.
in favor of Article 8? Any opposed? Article 8 is recommended, 11-0.
Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to begin work on the cleanup and renovations needed to the rear community center building. This is a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until the work is complete or not later than 1 year after the end of fiscal year 2024, whichever occurs earlier. Majority vote vote required. The estimated tax impact is 6 cents per $1,000 of property valuation. And, where I'm going here, and the select board recommends this appropriation by 5-0.
Second by John Decker. Discussion.
I have a question. Same one, Tim, what do we expect to get out of this 50,000? Where's it gonna leave us? Like, are we, so?
Best case scenario, worst case scenario?
Let's say reasonable, halfway in between.
Okay, halfway between, it gets everything buttoned up so that we can stop critters from coming into the building right now and also create a more healthy air situation potentially in the rest of the building, make people feel more confident about what's coming here. And then also, I don't know if you've been into the back of that building, and if you have, you should probably take a shower. It needs to be completely, I mean, there's mold, black, there's
I'm assuming everything's just gonna get thrown out.
a lot of it will get thrown out. I mean, the rec still stores stuff back there. There's stuff back there that has to be gone through, but I don't think anybody's comfortable going through it unless they're wearing a hazmat suit.
So you expect the 50K will gut it and be able to, enough to gut it, and that's what you're
No,
hoping?
so again, step one is to button it up,
Button it up.
right? And then, yes, we're hoping.
Step one's to get all the junk out.
It,
You're not gonna be able to button it up. and
no,
get the-
well, no, we can get it buttoned up
You
before
can't
that
get to
happens.
the inside of the walls with all the crap. in it.
Well, no, the wall's right there. It's not going back there.
the
We're
doorway.
buttoning it Right
Shut
by
up.
the
Oh,
doorway.
you mean button it up to where it joins this
Close
part?
off.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, because that's where everything's coming in. So close it off so it's physically separate almost from the building, and then clean it out and figure out, I mean, best case scenario is it gets completely cleaned out, it's a frame, and then we say, okay, this is what we're gonna do with that. And we have an engineer that can say, yep, it's actually safe, and you don't have to take it down. Worst case scenario, we get it buttoned up, and then we're gonna have to take the whole damn thing down because it's not safe.
So when you say renovation, you just mean renovating the wall.
Well-
You don't actually mean renovating.
No, I mean, it's not gonna renovate it, no. We couldn't figure out a really good way to say, clean the dump.
You don't like the idea of like, leasing it out to somebody for 10 years with the condition that they fix it up to our standards?
I think that's a good idea. I don't know if it's practical.
I'm not
It's a
sure the
great idea.
liability
I
of
mean,
putting
all I said,
someone in
all I
that
said was
space.
contact a real estate lawyer, or a real estate agent, commercial real estate agent, and see if anyone would go for that.
We have a vote.
Nobody would walk into it
Nobody
to
will
tour
go
it.
for that.
Okay.
So I guess first step is remove it from the building,
Yeah.
so that'll be in this warrant. Okay.
Vote all in favor of this article number 9. Any opposed? Article 9, Budget Committee recommends Article 9.
What you wanna do is seal it off.
And then
No,
clean it.
we're gonna
clean
do
it
as
out.
much as we can with it. Again, the goal is to get it down to the skeleton and then figure out what we're gonna do, but,
like spend the 50,000 to get as much done.
right.
Exactly.
Not gonna do it all.
But it sounds like the priority is sealing it off.
That's what has to happen
That's
first.
first
Because
step.
if you get all the crap out of there and you clean it up, then you don't have to seal it.
Article
All right, we're
10,
on
to see if the
number
town will
two.
vote to
We're on
raise
number
and
10.
appropriate the sum of $20,000 to begin
Number
work
two.
on the
Number two.
reconfigured parking lot at the library and also address safety concerns such as parking lot lighting and improving walkways. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 2 cents per $1,000 of property valuation. Select Board recommends this appropriation 5-0.
Second,
This is definitely different language than we saw last time.
Yes.
so, and I think most of you received the email.
There's an email in, we got it possibly last week, but I think again this week from Jen Phillips about this.
She answered a lot of my questions.
She
I
answered-
thought it was very
It's
detailed.
like a
I
2-page
appreciated it.
email.
Yeah, Very detailed.
So I guess my question is, we got approval to change the wording between the warrant, between the hearing and now.
We met, the select board met yesterday.
No, did you get legal approval after that was in public hearing? This ar-
Because this article went to public hearing,
Yep. But the dollar amount's not changing.
that doesn't matter. The wording changed.
Change the, and did it change the intent enough of that? 'Cause that was,
It did because the way it was worded before was really bad.
Well, it said engineering
the
and,
old
it was,
language.
yeah,
It
it
was
was
the old
engineering and
language.
paving.
Yeah, I know, but that's the problem. It's like, I don't want to be not legal.
Well, what's the punishment if we're not legal? Spawn gonna arrest us? Like, is there actually
The
is
wild-
this one of these things where like it says we have to do this, but then if we don't do it, nothing happens?
Yeah, again,
Or does someone have to sue the town? Like,
my
I would
understanding,
imagine we'd have to get
my
sued.
understanding is
'cause
after
there's
the,
no time for them to have a hearing on it.
after the public hearing, you can't increase or add any items to it.
But you changed the purpose.
I would say the
Didn't change the
purpose
purpose,
wasn't
John.
changed. There was additional clarifying words that were added, and I think we should stop asking questions at that point unless you want to hear answers you don't want
As
to.
much as I like to argue, I agree with Owen.
Yeah.
I think
You know, I'm,
it's reasonable.
We were
clarification.
told when we asked legal for ours, if it's for clarification purposes, that language could be. Now, I'm
Right,
not
but
a
this
lawyer,
is-
so,
this
but
I
that's
think
what we
is
were told.
pushing that clarification. That's why I asked to have legal look at it. Did we get legal, did anybody contact legal?
I'm not sure, John, to be honest with you.
Now, last year we voted, but that was for what, for the sidewalks and stuff that got fixed?
Right.
Oh, no, it was the.
Oh, so
It
we
was
spent
included-
20,000 already on design, and this is another 20 to do what?
Start the repairs, and then there's another 20 that's in the CIP to do the next stage, right?
There's gonna be
Actually,
60,000
yeah.
for parking lot.
So this is for actual paving. This is not more design
But
work?
did you read Jen's email?
So,
I did.
Okay.
But what
We
this
don't know
says-
who the-
This says to begin work on a reconfigured parking lot.
Yep.
Which to me sounds like it's already designed and they just,
Well, there,
begin work to me sounds
okay,
like paving.
so going back to the meeting that we had 2 weeks ago, I said, the engineers didn't even get there until December. So we don't have an engineered design yet, but we know that what they want to do is have a semicircle one-way, so that we know what they want. It's a matter of the engineers figuring out how it can be done, and right now, it's definitely more convoluted because they can't even find the darn leach field. So,
And the state has to be involved,
state-
because there's a new
Yeah.
engineer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's-
it's convoluted is right, yeah. So
Yeah,
it needs surveying and-
This says engineering.
Yeah, but for a leach field, don't they just send a camera down with a, you know what I mean, a locator? I mean, that's how they find it.
you're asking, I don't
It
know.
would cover survey work and a preliminary project estimate.
Well, that's the $20,000 that's from last year.
Okay.
That's, they haven't, we've encumbered it, but they just started that. And that's where they're at the point now is, they're so short in the process because they can't even find the leach field. So they can't figure out how to, where to design the semicircle loop without knowing where the leach field is. So that's what they're trying to find now, which hopefully they'll have in a couple of weeks. But, so I don't know how they find it.
Usually a
Cameras-
plumber comes in and stand a mouse down, you know what I mean, and they just track it
You've done that
where it
by
is.
I do have a question. So if they can't find the leaching field and stuff like that,
So a plumber,
and we've already uncovered claims from last year, is that already all burned up?
That's what I'm saying, no.
No, it started late. And then the flag, it could possibly be in the way that will.
Yep.
I have another question. Why would the town put an article together like this to ask for $20,000 before they have all the information? It seems like, this is just my own comment here, but
So, I will say, I'm pretty sure from CIP previously that this was a multi-phase, and it says in Jen's email, so that it was, you have to pay for surveys and estimates, which then tells you more what it's gonna cost, but they were told generally 20,000 would get the first part, surveys and estimates, and then design and construction, right? And so that's why it was in multi-years, because you don't know, you have to still pay for the design and the surveys and all of that. And then you know there'll be a cost of the construction portion of it. And then, and I do believe it was across a couple years. So, it was discussed that, just like the police department, the first step is the, you know, the surveys, the designs, and you have to pay for that, and then you have to pay for actually having it happen.
This is step
What?
two.
This is step, this is
not the first step.
right, but this is step 2, which would be kind of the design and construction.
Then there'd be funds available, say, this upcoming summer or fall, when step 1 is done. We can-
Once step 1 is done, then
If
you
it's
can
not voted
start.
on now, I think we might have to wait until the following year.
there's a
So then there
step
might be-
3?
Yeah,
yes.
yes.
How much
there's
is that one?
They don't know yet, so.
Probably whatever the difference.
And whatever the,
So I think once they get step one and we figure out what they can actually do, where it can be, and then they'll clarify the cost, we can figure out, okay, do we just do step 2 and then wait on, if there is a step 3, if we can't, $20,000 won't cover everything they want. Like, for instance, if it's not gonna be able to put in the walkways they want, or whatever it might be. The big goal is to get the driveway moved for drainage, because all the water is just rushing across
Safety,
there.
yeah.
And safety for pulling out. So that's the
Safe corner,
number
yeah.
one concern, so I think it's just prioritizing what they can do with the $20,000.
I can live with this because I feel like this is money that we really have to do this preliminary work, and it's really funky over there, like everything else. Like, there aren't good records kept for the library, and they need to survey, and they need to check out if they have the butter that's right on top of them that's going to be affected by this too, and the state. So well, this is not nothing, but I think it'll prevent mistakes or
I have a comment, I don't think we should start step 2 until step 1's complete. It's like paying a phone bill and you can't get your phone.
Right,
Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
but if then, because then it's a whole
more
nother
expensive.
year, and then you're waiting past March next year, right, to do, right, but then those plans and those
cheaper.
price estimates might not even be correct numbers anymore. So when you're in a budget cycle where you're waiting till March for the voting, it'll be the same as this, that'll, I'm sure, we'll go into, as soon as they have everything ready, as soon as step 1 is done, then they can roll right into step 2. It actually makes more sense if it was done a year ago, that estimates could have been more expensive, so I would be in favor of it.
Look, I'm not opposed to it, except I'm uncomfortable with this because if I can't have confirmation that legal actually says, yes, we could change the wording, then
No,
I got one other thing. I'm gonna vote no on this one, I think, for mostly the reasons that other people have discussed, but it's also 20,000 that we can cut out. I was looking at cutting 100,000 from the operating budget to try to keep the tax impact at 4% on the taxpayers. And I think this is an area where we can cover a big chunk of that, so. And, it's something that can be done down the road, it doesn't have to be done this year.
I was just gonna read this one last bit for anyone listening, if anyone's still up at 11:30, but there's little point in simply pulling up the existing lot and repaving it without additional engineering and design work that does not address the safety issues with the lot or the erosion damage that does continue to happen. We need to address the water runoff without negatively impacting the abutter. So it is more complicated than just a repave. It sounds like that won't work for them, and there's a lot more involved than just fresh pavement. That's
They
the,
might put a
That's where it
driveway
started,
in.
was, hey, we're just gonna quit keep repaving. and then
That's
it's,
what I
oh,
thought
we're
too, and then
spending
it's
20,000 on
grown
this,
quite a bit.
20,000 on this. By the end of it, we'll find out it's $120,000.
well, which
Y'all
would be
ready
the
to
total
vote?
cost. So-
Yeah,
so-
can we
yeah,
vote?
Can we vote?
Can we vote? Okay, all in favor of Article 10 as it's written, or as was read by, Owen made the motion.
I made the motion.
I
Tim
second it.
seconded it. All in favor of Article 10? 4, 5, opposed,
Sleep, wait.
3, 4,
Sorry.
5 opposed,
Just
Any-
abstain.
any-
I'm opposed again, then.
none opposed.
You can abstain, too.
I
I
was
think it'd
gonna
be
abstain,
551.
No, I'm opposed because I'm just opposed to not having
I think it got less.
So Budget
Okay,
Committee
I-
on Article
Six.
10 does not recommend 6.
Article 11, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 to be added to the town building and maintenance and repair expendable trust fund previously established. Majority vote required. The estimated tax impact is 18 cents per $1,000 of property valuation. Select board recommends 5-0.
I make a motion to, oh. I didn't know if you
My
made a
motion, sorry.
didn't
I
make
made the
one.
motion,
Okay,
that'd be a
okay.
second.
Okay, who
Aye.
seconded?
Mr.
Bobby?
Kelly?
Oh, we put there last
We put 90, I thought, and all,
It was-
they had
it
like
was-
10,000
I-
left or 15
It was
left.
I've got the numbers.
But it'll go. Now, that's for like, is this just this building or is it like town buildings?
It's town buildings.
That's what I thought, so.
Yeah.
It'll go.
Yeah. So the goal is thinking about the $50,000 for the back, and again, we hired Alan Trant to start working on the facilities, is to figure out some of the other pieces with some of the other buildings, not just here, is, you know, potentially using some of this to use towards that this year, maybe next year, but, our goal, I don't think our goal is not to spend the $150,000 year one. Because this fund was funded last year to, in the hopes that it would continue to, you know, grow, but we just ended up having so much happen.
So if you don't plan on spending all this 150,000 in the next year, why don't we make it 100? Like,
Because
why
we're,
raise more than 50?
because we're trying to catch up, because the 90 we raised last year was in hopes of, okay, we can start building on something, and then we had nothing to build on.
The idea of the trust fund, right, is to try to have the sort of the nest egg to equalize out the expensive payments. We just couldn't do it last year.
And it was
And all it did
expended.
was cover like, you know, replacing boilers and air conditioning units, and it was just all, it was gone.
So, I plan to support this. I think it's smart to have the money in a trust fund, you know. If we don't plan to spend it right away, we're getting 4% interest, which isn't,
Yeah.
whatever it is smart. But I think we should have a plan, at least have a plan. Hey, we're putting 150K away because we got some uses for it down the road. So you guys, I mean, what do you plan to, what are some ideas that you plan to spend it
Well,
on?
it's all the towns, buildings, right, the rec, I mean, I'm
The
sorry. the
recycling center,
Right.
it's just all of the buildings in town that are way behind in maintenance. I mean, goes to the recycling center and feels like you lost.
That's what I hear most. It's a dump, right?
But you should feel safe. You shouldn't feel like you, when you're walking, well,
Like something's
you're a
gonna
young
fall on
man,
you?
try to be 70, walking up the ramp, throwing stuff into the compactor. But, so the CIP has been working on that. We're gonna work with the BOS, and again, we've hired somebody to go through the facilities report and also identify other things that maybe the facilities committee didn't, as far as what needs to be done to catch up and prevent us from having to spend $50,000 on an emergency, is what can we do? And so I have a feeling, I'd say by the time the budget committee meets again next October or September, the CIP will have a plan based upon what the results are of Alan's analysis, or at least for the next couple of years.
So tentatively, or at least right now, CIP doesn't necessarily have a number for next year that they want to put into it,
No, 'cause we
or a
just-
goal
Had
number
no
or
idea
anything?
of what to
Okay.
even put in it yet.
But we do have, I mean, you guys worked on a, kind of a plan for priorities on what,
Oh,
or I don't know that you
well,
necessarily
for facilities,
prioritized, but you
yeah.
gave a list of
Yeah,
things
well,
that needed to be fixed.
CIP too.
And
yeah,
CIP
we-
already had other things in the CIP, but all the
So
building
this is
stuff
above and
that's-
beyond.
But I mean,
That's
the
on there.
plan has sort of started. There's sort of an outline and suggestions for a plan to start moving forward. Because if there's one thing I hear from taxpayers more than anything is, why is our town falling apart? And what can we do about it? And how do you balance that with having a responsible budget? But also not having infrastructure fall apart. It's tricky, right?
I had a comment too, similar thought, you know, you let the buildings start to suffer, and it gets worse and worse and worse, and that's happening.
And then you
And
don't
there's
save in the
multiple
long.
buildings in town, and so, you know.
Yeah, it's
a lot
just
of
not this
stuff
one,
to take care of.
And I kicked that can down the road for so long that, yeah, and now it's gonna cost us more and more.
All right, let's vote.
Everyone in favor of Article 11? Anyone opposed? Nope. Budget Committee recommends 11 to 0. Article 12,
I recommend Article 12 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for highway reconstruction and maintenance on town roads to include roads list to be inserted. Shouldn't that already be there? The sum of $150,300 is to come from unassigned.
105.
No, it's
105.
No,
supposed to be
no, it's supposed to be
150.
150, 300.
Yeah, there's typos.
Typo.
I corrected my version.
50,
Yeah, I did too.
300.
It should say, what,
Yeah.
349,000?
The language is wrong too.
So the first number was 150?
Yep, and the second is 349.
I know that.
No.
I got that change. I didn't get the first.
When is that road list going to be inserted?
No, by next week, because this needs to get submitted.
Sorry, Tom, yeah.
Keep reading. The sum of $150,300 is to come from unassigned fund balance. The balance of $349,700 is to be raised by taxation. This is a non-lapsing appropriation for RSA 3276 and will not lapse until work is complete or no later than 1 year after the end of fiscal year 2024, whichever occurs earlier. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact of 40% per $1,000 property valuation. Select board recommends 5 to 0.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Tim. Discussion?
We discussed this already.
Get under the tax.
Get under the
Yeah,
tax
to
cap.
get under the tax cap.
How does that work out though? Because didn't we just calculate the tax cap and all this stuff?
No, but the,
Based on that.
it was
though.
based upon this is
Yeah,
the
at
number
the
to be raised
bottom.
by taxation.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Uses the
Once the
one hundred and
warrants
fifty
get
thousand
thrown.
gets applied as a revenue.
So next year.
Allows you to spend more money.
And so next year, when we do tax cap worksheet, will that $150,300,
Place
will
the
that then be
200.
like fudge factor in there too?
Yeah,
they
yeah,
can
so
spend
it'll
they can spend
assume,
more?
it'll assume it was raised by taxation, so
Until
the
we burn down.
way it's
our
calculated will assume that was raised by
unassigned fund
tax.
balance.
Yes,
Yeah.
and you
then
can't do
we're
it anymore.
underneath our percentage that we're supposed to maintain.
I don't think it's a great idea to be doing this, but nevertheless, you know, we don't have the option to amend it, and we either, I think we need the $500,000 for road maintenance, unfortunately,
I
so.
agree, that we need it, but now I don't like the way that this change is going to happen.
Well, ironically, we never had to move this money out of the budget in the first place. Apparently, it wasn't necessary on tax cap, but here we are.
Well, last year they moved 100 out.
Not having the roads inserted.
No, I'm with you. We spent a whole evening trying to get this money back into the budget so the roads weren't relying on a warrant. The whole idea was that our whole infrastructure wasn't on the whim of somebody who didn't want to spend the money. And now here we are doing it anyway.
We didn't choose to do it that way.
Without a list of roads.
Well, no, but
Let's go ahead.
I mean, I think the list of roads
This is gonna make us sound
is it
terrible
material?
when we
Could-
vote no against this, because it's gonna sound like we're defunding the roads.
It makes me feel uncomfortable.
It makes me feel really uncomfortable the way that this was changed.
Yeah, it's changed.
Because
There's
we
no
presented it
roads on
this
there,
way.
and the values are incorrect.
We presented it a certain way in our hearings, and now that it's changed, I am very uncomfortable with it.
how did this change, Tim?
It changed because you wanted us to get below a certain amount. We had to get below another $150,000 in the budget. And so that's when we decided to use, similar to last year, just a lower amount.
They moved stuff out to this to get around, the tax cap, and then they
Right,
changed the way
and
they
then
calculated
but
the
that's
tax
what
cap,
we
so they
did.
changed the way they appropriated the money.
They
To get around the tax
changed the
cap.
way they changed the way they applied the tax cap, right?
Yes.
Right, Tim? What, actually, that does bring up a good question. When did the select board determine that they needed to apply the warrant articles to the tax cap funding?
Like a week and a half ago is when Ellen started talking to.
I think
other-
we had the discussion at our last meeting.
Yeah.
Owen and I, and Owen and I seem to be on the same page. I think.
Yeah, I
think
think we
it-
started really diving into it maybe a couple of weeks ago, but we didn't really, Ellen and I, when we were talking, didn't come up with much until maybe about 2 weeks ago, going, wow, this really doesn't seem right. So that's when it came up at our meeting last week, and.
So, Tim, I guess I got a, question. So, I mean, is the plan moving forward now? I guess it won't matter next year, since you've determined to change the way you're applying the tax cap, like the 600K or the 500K being in an article, warrant article. I mean, next year, you could move that back to the operating budget and wouldn't really affect.
So it wouldn't,
Except it won't be in.
yeah, that's the, so here's the thing.
Well, other than the 150 that's now being.
So let's say you leave the 300 here and you move the remaining 200 back into the budget, and then your budget goes up $200,000 over this current year. and doesn't pass, and then you're stuck with a default budget, meaning that your road maintenance now that was in that budget can't happen, but then you'll only have the $300,000 in the warrant article. So I agree with what you're saying as far as the calculation change. I feel that Ellen feels that we're doing it the way it's supposed to be done.
I agree.
Intended by the RSA. I just think it's gonna have to be more of a slow process of, maybe it's $50,000 a year, whatever, to shift it back into the budget.
Is there any thoughts, of maybe creating?
And not just me personally, I'm not speaking for select board.
Yeah, I know. Is there any thoughts, to maybe create a trust fund for this money that we're raising here? I mean,
You have to
maybe to
raise
go back to
more.
300 and 300, but maybe a trust fund. And then you got 600K for the roads that we're passing, and let's say 300 of it goes into a trust fund. Well, now if you don't spend all 300,000 that year, it stays in the trust fund to be rolled over, builds up. Because obviously $600,000 is a big chunk of our budget, and having some of it in a trust fund maybe isn't a bad idea.
We're spending it every year, so it doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, I guess.
So wouldn't it have made more sense to put just the 394, 700 in here, if that was the magic number? And then ask at deliberative session to modify that number?
Well, the select board wouldn't make that change.
Anybody-
yeah, any tax-
Person from
yeah,
town
Yeah,
can.
yeah, it could,
Selectmen are all members of the community.
yeah. So, yeah, we could get up there and.
So our budget committee members.
And,
Or a
Yeah.
budget committee
and
member.
and
Anybody
technically,
could.
it could still be,
It still,
it
can
could still be amended to
So
have
somebody could get up and
zero
say, I want
from
to.
fund balance.
Yeah, I want to move
and
this to the,
all of it to the other dollar amount. I mean, that also is an option at deliberative session to be changed, because you can change the dollar amount. So you can change
Right.
the fund balance one to 0 and the other one back up to
But
the
our
full
task here
amount.
tonight is to vote on this
Right.
as written.
So-
So I think we should vote on
Yeah.
this as written.
All in favor? As written? I have 6 in favor, all opposed to it as written? 2, 3, 4, 5, okay. So Budget Committee does recommend 6 to 5.
Not that I don't, to clarify, not that I don't think we should be paving our roads, appropriating money to pave our roads.
Exactly, that's my
Understood.
point.
If this is like a complete disaster, this is multiple attempts to get around the tax cap all rolled into one.
I make a motion to recommend Article number 13 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the Highway Truck Capital Reserve Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 12 cents per 100,000 property valuation. Select Board recommends this appropriation 4-1.
Second.
We know how much is in there?
Yeah, we do. The 74,000 was the number they gave us.
Not a lot.
That was as of September
We just
30 was
purchased-
We just bought a couple of
74,000.
new trucks.
And I'm rounding that off. I just recorded 75K. I think Tim DeBrio was the one that gave us that balance.
Can you correct me if I'm wrong, we need a new grader in a few years
Yeah, that's
soon, and
Okay.
it's like 600, 700,000.
450,000.
Yeah, it's a $500,000
A large
machine if we
number.
buy a small one.
Within 2 years or something like that. All right, sounds reasonable.
All in favor of Article 13 as such? Any opposed? Budget Committee recommends 11 to 0. Article 14.
Make a motion to recommend Article 14 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be added to the previously established revaluation capital reserve fund for the purpose of performing statutory revaluation of property every 5 years. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 2 cents per 1,000 of property valuation. Select Board recommends this appropriation 5 to 0.
But this is mandatory, right?
It's not mandatory,
Well,
it's
no.
a,
The reevaluation is
The reevaluation, you have to pay for it, so we use a capital reserve fund to put a little bit in every year, so you
We're
can
not
pay
just
for it in year
hitting
5.
heavy every 5 years. It makes an awful lot of sense.
Okay, all in favor of Article 14? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3.
So I don't know if you got me in the support. I was looking at the other one.
Oh, you were for?
I was looking at Article 15, so, sorry, Article 15 revaluation, yeah, I'll vote for that one.
So all in favor of
All in
14?
favor of 14?
Let's make that count again.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All opposed? 8, 3. Budget Committee recommends 8 to 3.
Make a recommendation to, or I make a motion to recommend Article number 15 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $24,375 to provide financial support to the following social service organizations that provide a service to the residents of the town of Nottingham. Cornerstone VNA, $2,400. Lamprey Healthcare, $4,500. Seacoast Mental Health, $1,000. Waypoint Child and Family Services, $2,000. Haven, $1,450. AIDS Response Seacoast, $575. CASA, $500. Friends Program, $100. SNHS Community Action Program, $5,500. Rockingham County Nutrition Meals on Wheels, $1,500. Area Home Care Family, $1,100. Child Advocacy Care, $1,250. Ready Rides, $1,500. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 3 cents per 1,000 of property valuation. Select Board recommends this appropriation 5-0.
Gray and John Decker seconded.
So if we were able to change the wording on the other article, why was this not changed to clarify this is a donation?
It was, it says to provide, I think they changed to financial support.
Financial support.
That's,
But it
that
di-
doesn't, that,
Donation, she talked to, they didn't recommend using donation.
well, of course they didn't recommend it, but people might realize that it's like a voluntary thing. Financial support sounds like they have some sort of like responsibility to do this, or they were compelled to do it.
Who did Ellen ask about it?
I'm sure that can be discussed at deliberative, but that is
Who did she ask?
Legal.
legal, yeah.
So if this is what legal is advising us,
Right.
that's what Ellen said.
So is this used every year then? When it was an operating budget, I thought, right? Was
It
it used
was.
every year?
Yeah, we pulled it out of the operating budget to make room.
I mean, it was spent every year though, right? It was spent every year, it doesn't. okay.
Every year it's been in the operating budget, but this year.
And every year it
it's
gets
Not
spent.
every year, back in the day, John
Used to
said.
be
it
on
was
warrant.
a warrant article.
It used to be in a warrant article, yeah.
Should've just went
It's
down
been a
that
long
top
time.
warrant.
It's been a long time, I could have probably done
But if this fails, all those things fail.
it. Right.
Correct.
And that's scary.
So at the
You want like
deliberative-
12 more warrant articles?
So that was the thing, when we had town meetings, we would go through them all night long. Sometimes they would get changed. You're at deliberative session, in May, but then it also goes to vote on that.
Someone feels like they want to put these dollar amounts back in the budget lines, they can do that. At
All sorts of
deliberative.
options at deliberative.
Lots of things.
Not a recommendation, just
No,
saying there's
no,
lots of.
I'm not saying, I'm
options.
saying there are options, and so if someone feels strongly,
Oh.
they can make that recommendation.
Since we don't know that. Then what we know
We'd
now,
have like 3 warrant articles,
we
yeah.
would have
Everything in the budget, okay. All right.
So,
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I got one thing. I think these are all good programs. I think this is an area where these organizations could rely on private donations. Well, yeah, I know they do, but in this case, we're voting to donate 24,000. I think this is 24,000 would be a big chunk of the 100,000 or approximately I was looking to decrease from the operating budget to get the taxpayers' savings to 4%. So I'm going to oppose this article.
These are vital and necessary articles.
I agree. No, I 100% agree with you.
This is something off.
100%.
All of every single one of these things are something that this community needs and uses.
I 100% agree.
13 organizations, not very much.
But the people that vote no on this are being required to fund them regardless if this passes.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, your personal choice could be to donate to organizations.
Well, at least they have a choice though, before it was in the budget. They
exactly.
didn't have a choice.
Well, I mean, they did because they could vote no on the operating budget. So this is a better, more, gives them
Yeah.
and the operating budget could be amended at the town meeting. But nevertheless, if you vote no for this warrant article and the majority of people in town vote yes, you're funding these organizations
True.
regardless.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, that's true, but
Okay, so all in favor of Article 15? Four, all opposed? And abstain? So it passes 8-2-0, 1. 8-2-1.
Make a motion to recommend Article 16 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Invasive Species Prevention and Eradication Removal Expendable Trust Fund previously established. Majority vote required. Estimated tax impact is 1 cent per 1,000 property valuation. Select Board recommends its appropriation 5-0.
John Decker. Motion by Owen Friend Gray.
No, there was
More
68,000, right? And then how much is in the operating budget for this?
Nothing.
All
Okay.
moved out.
That's the next one, 17.
62,260.
So now it's broken up, one for the invasive species and then one for the boat ramp.
Yeah, that's fine, let people vote on it.
All right, so all in favor, oh, sorry, is there any more discussion?
Second.
Already been seconded, John Decker seconded. All in favor of
Okay.
Article 16 then, or all who recommend it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all opposed? 5. Budget Committee recommends 6 to 5. Someone like to, motion for 17?
I'll make a motion to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate
I second.
Seconded by Tim DeBrio. Discussion? All in favor of Article 17? 8, all opposed? Budget Committee recommends Article 17 by a vote of 8 to 3. Article 18. John Decker, seconded by Charlotte Fife. Any discussion on the ballot machines?
Yeah,
State approved yet, right? That was discussion. And what kind of ballot machine is it? Is it electronic? Is it?
Replacement,
next to the internet, I'm sure.
so it would
Well, I hope
They
it's not
can't.
connected to the internet.
be, it would be a replacement for
Email it to everybody.
Someone told me it keeps coming with a laptop or something, or it's going,
what's that?
someone mentioned something like this one.
Well, we have a that's for, sorry, go ahead, John.
Right, so I don't think there's a laptop associated with
Not to the
it.
machine.
The current machine we have, basically it's you feed it down,
There's a laptop for folks that are differently abled that's in that booth,
little pen.
and then there's laptops used by the supervisors of the checklist.
That's what was in the budget.
So this just counts the number of votes,
This counts the number of votes.
ballots, for each party?
And you feed it.
Person, whatever.
It just replaces the current machine that you put your ballot in.
What's wrong with the one we have now?
It's,
So it's being end of life.
Isn't the state gonna extend that deadline?
I don't
Maybe
know,
by a
it's
few
like, the
months.
end of life is like April something.
But given the voting thing that's everywhere, I think it behooves us to have indisputable.
That's, well, that's, I
Worry
thought,
about voting security.
yeah, I
Shouldn't
thought
we
they
go with
count
the
by
one that we
votes.
Well, that's what I was
I
trying
thought
to
we
say.
it's not being
No.
supported anymore
You can't count
by the
by difference.
manufacturer.
They only hand count certain things
It works now.
because it'll spit some
Yeah,
out.
this, it's not gonna work. The-
Hand
It's
count
not gonna be
write-ins, and
acceptable
they hand count.
to be
There's certain things
used.
that have to be hand counted.
Nothing's changed.
But not all ballots are being counted.
This election coming up, neither side's gonna accept it. You know, you have to have voter integrity, you know what I mean? Hand count, paper ballots. I mean, I got people,
That's what I was
their
gonna-
parents get
It
7
was
ballots
next one.
last year to vote, each of them, and one of them's deceased.
Hand count is more
Counting is
accurate?
actually
Less accurate, I would say
Less accurate. So I'd like
Counting
to,
those ballots to stick them on the tables, we have to do like 3 times because people are incorrectly counting them. I mean,
guess I'd like to respond to that. Basically, I know the way we count our ballots using the voting machines is probably prescribed by RSA, State of New Hampshire, but just out of principle, I'm gonna vote no on this. I agree with Bob, you know, election integrity is very important. I've seen the YouTube videos, where the guy who's the expert in the machine, he can go in, change the coding, programming on the machine, you go in, you put your ballots in, it spits out whatever he programmed. And so, I mean, that would be fine if we, you know, I guess, if we knew there was some auditing trail, okay, the ballots go in the machine, but here at the local level, we could take them out, hand count them, audit them. There is no auditing process. The ballots go in the machine, they go to the state of New Hampshire, they get locked up, but at a town, local level, we have no ability to ensure that our election had integrity, the ability to audit it. Only if a candidate requests, you know, a specific candidate requests hand counting, does hand counting gets done. So I think originally, the electronic voting machine's good, but, you know, just what we've seen in the past with the ability to hack these, especially if they're connected to the internet, some of them do connect to the internet, we really need to be, A, either go back to completely 100% hand counts, or B, at least
You
once,
volunteer to do that, Brett?
B,
I was gonna ask if you.
oh, so I mean, that's
Because I haven't
I
seen
mean,
it yet.
I have the floor, so I'd like to speak and then you respond. Or B, they go through the voting machine and then at the local level, we have the ability to audit the ballots. Right now, we don't have the legal ability to audit them. They go to the state of New Hampshire to get locked up. So it's just, there's no election integrity. Everyone questions the integrity of the ballot counts, and there's no ability to audit. The only way to ensure a secure election is to have the ability to audit the ballots, and we don't have that right now.
but what does that have to do with the machine?
So
The
I'm
ability to
voting,
audit,
I'm
which is a
voting
legal
no on this
thing.
principle, so.
Okay, that-
you
that-
can
that's
respond.
fine.
Can we move forward with the vote?
I'm gonna
Machine,
vote no
yeah.
because we have a machine right now that works. It's gonna continue to work. And we know that the
not.
state is probably gonna, why is it gonna stop working?
Because it's not being supported by the manufacturer anymore.
Well, what
and
do we
so
need
the state,
manufacturer support for?
because the state
It's not
will-
getting
the
updates.
state will not certify it as a valid
As a valid ballot
machine.
count.
to
I
count.
would very much suspect that the state is gonna extend the support for those, just like they tell us every year. that
No,
we have
the
to get
coun-
real ID.
the
for
state
our
can't
driver's
do it.
licenses,
The state
so
can't
we're
do
not
it.
gonna be able to fly, and then every year they say, oh, you got one more year to get that real ID.
Can we move to a vote?
Can we get a vote?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Vote. Okay, all in favor of Article,
We don't even know anymore. Article 18, right?
okay, no, we'll
Yeah,
discuss.
like I said, voter integrity, most countries don't even use them because they know it's so corrupt and stuff. They don't trust it. They don't trust it, you know what I mean?
Otherwise, their elections are great, right?
It's like France, that's paper
I don't
ballots,
trust
and they count that
individual
night,
counts.
they know the winner at the end of the nights. They can do it, it's pretty simple.
I will have to say, Brent, until I was a ballot clerk, I'm
you've been there in
really
elections.
impressed at, I mean, there has to be a Republican sitting next to a Democrat. There have to be observers.
Right.
The checks and balances in this little town are fearsome and mighty.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so much, I mean,
But-
I'm there till like 11 o'clock at night, helping Deanne and the others go over every single